Um, Good morning, everyone. It is 9:09, Thursday, March 12th, 2026. And I'm excited to be calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. I am Dolores Canales, the chair of the commission. We look forward to hearing from our panelists, commissioners, and the public today. You may notice that we have changed slightly the way we are organizing our meetings to attempt to make participation easier for all of you and for our panelists. We have set specific times to discuss and act on each topic, and this month we have fewer items than last month, so hopefully we can get through everything today with the necessary robust discussion. This plan may mean that I have to ask you to limit your discussion in order to get to public comment and be ready to move on. It will look like this. For the first half hour, we will discuss several POC administrative items and take votes on reports and information requests. At 9:30 a.m., we will move into our agenda item on the services available to youth with developmental disabilities in probation's juvenile facilities. Then at 11, we will welcome representatives from the organizations known as least restrictive placements, also called LRPs, and other panelists who will share with us the background of how LRPs were created and what they offer the youth who step down into the community. Finally, we will end the general public comment, and thank you for joining us all today. And I'd also like to say that we have some tamales and sweetbread and coffee and everything for everyone, so please help yourself. The tamales are just cheese and jalapeno, though, no meat. And then I also want to give a shout out to the people that make these meetings happen while we are able to sit up here. The people in the back on those tables right there are our backbone, and definitely want to recognize and uplift them. So thank you. So now I will turn it over to our executive director, Wendy Julian, to explain how you can participate in today's meeting, and then she will call the roll.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Canales, and thank you for acknowledging the staff of the POC and our AV awesome team. Welcome to everyone who's joining virtually, and especially those of you who are here live. And I'm sorry about the tamales for those of you who are joining virtually. You should be here at Magic Johnson Park. As always, we encourage real public participation in our meetings, and we welcome your comments in writing or live today. There will be an opportunity for public comment on every agenda item and at the end of the meeting for items not on the agenda. For items that are on the agenda, Chair Canales will introduce them. She's already started doing that. We'll hear the presentations, and then the commission will discuss the item, and we'll hear public comment before the commission takes any action. If there are more people who want to participate than we have time for, we will consider shortening public comment time or more likely scheduling an additional town hall for specific issues. As a reminder, please, to panelists and public commenters, please talk directly into the microphones, mostly so that our virtual attendees can hear you clearly. If you're here in person, it's really easy to comment. Just approach the front podium after the presentation. You can see the clock with the timer. And if you are online, you have to be joined via WebEx in order to give public comment. You can't give public comment on YouTube, and use the raise your hand motion, the little icon at the bottom of the page. If you're calling in on WebEx, you need to press *3 on your phone, and that will activate the raise hand feature for us. Once we call on you, you have to press *6 to accept the unmute request. You also may need to unmute yourself if you are joining via WebEx regularly. And all commenters will have 2 minutes today, unless Chair Canales determines otherwise based on the number of people signed up. If you'd rather make your comment in writing, please send us an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov. Please do not send your public comment in the chat. Only the host will see it, and it won't be logged as public comment because the chat doesn't comport with our Brown Act responsibilities. If you need any special accommodations today regarding the materials or have any questions about the agenda or any trouble making public comment, please feel free to contact Janae and Sarah, who are in the back of the room. Our meeting is being broadcast live today and recorded on our YouTube channel, but we don't engage with users on YouTube. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, watch live videos, recaps, recordings of our meetings, and follow our social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky at LA County POC for more information about our meetings and to encourage others to attend. I would like to share the following code of conduct today, which is that I would ask that you please stop speaking immediately when your time ends. Make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter of the item. Remain respectful of each other and the forum. With that, I will give the welcome in Spanish. Buenos días, bienvenidos. Ya hemos iniciado la conferencia en persona aquí en el Parque Magic Johnson y también por Webex. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público después de la presentación, por favor haga clic en la imagen de la mano y abriremos su micrófono. O si está aquí en persona, puede nomás venir a hablar en el micrófono. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono, tiene que marcar estrella 3 y así le avisaremos cuando sea su turno. Si está viendo la conferencia en vivo por YouTube, no hay interacción y no puede hacer comentario público. Si prefiere hacer sus comentarios en español, le daremos 4 minutos y podemos proveer traducción al inglés. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. I'm going to call the roll now. Commissioners, please respond out loud when I call your name. Commissioner Brooke Harris. Commissioner Jackson will be arriving shortly, and we will note on the agenda when she arrives. Commissioner Millie Kakani. Commissioner Don Meredith. Commissioner Eduardo Mundo. Commissioner Sam Prater is also en route, and we will note in the minutes. The same is true for Commissioner Tyreek Shipp. Commissioner Diane Terry. We've just met. Commissioner Diane Terry. Commissioner and Chair Dolores Canales.
Here.
Okay, so with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members present and 3 en route, we will begin, and we have quorum.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the February 18th, 2026 special meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for agenda item 2?
No public comments. And just to note, it's only called a special meeting because it was not on our regular meeting date. But this is the regular February meeting that we had. It will be recorded as a special meeting.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the February 18th, 2026 special meeting minutes?
Motion to approve those minutes? Second.
Okay, are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, commissioners, please vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Okay, well, I hadn't asked that yet. Okay, anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, and well, hearing one, what do I do about that? Okay, all right. So motion carries.
Yes, with 5 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Okay. So thank you. For agenda item 3, we will discuss and take action on POC administrative items, including voting on recommendations stemming from recent Campus Kilpatrick inspections. I'm happy to report that probation has complied with all of our overdue information requests, and they did so early this month, allowing us to attach them all to the agenda, so we will not need to address that issue today. Executive Director Wendy Julian and Project Director Sarah Gongora will present on this item. Thank you for those reports, Commissioner. Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to say, just to reiterate Chair Canales's thank you. The process by which we've been requesting the information has been streamlined over the last 6 months or so, and the receptiveness of the department is appreciated. So there are a lot of interesting items attached under this report on the agenda, including things like updated contraband reports, updated youth violence reports, and population statistics. And also very happy about the way that the POC staff has been able to analyze some of those data to contribute to the other agenda items today. It's very helpful. There is still one request that they're working on, which is the consultant contracts, but the POC set a 30-day due date for it, which we have not arrived at yet. So we are hoping to receive that information soon, but this has been working very well. So I would like to acknowledge that. The Issues around Campus Kilpatrick have come to the attention of the POC staff and many commissioners from a number of sources. And so in looking at that information, we did exactly what our model of change says, is that we hear the information and then gather information ourselves. And the way that we gathered the information is that Commissioner Jackson conducted an unannounced inspection and provided some notes that she shared with commissioners. She did that a day after Project Director Dr. Sarah Gongora, a day after, maybe a couple of days after.
I think a couple days.
The notes that Dr. Gongora provided were shared with probation. We actually shared them with probation about a week before we shared them with anyone else. We also shared them with the OIG and with commissioners, and they're attached to the agenda. It's my understanding that probation, because they told me this, that probation will not be responding to those notes or the recommendations today, but I will turn it over to Dr. Gongora to explain what she saw and what she wrote in the notes and what the recommendations are. Although they're a little old news because the recommendations are actually just reiterating recommendations that you all made already last year. With that, please go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Wendy, and good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. So I had the opportunity to go to Campus Kilpatrick and do an inspection on February 23rd. That's our third inspection, I think, since the change of use of the facility. We've gone in November, we went again in January, and then we did another follow-up. So at this last inspection, the last group of young people came to Kilpatrick. Those young people are those dispositioned to DKC placement, Dorothy Kirby Center placement. And so in previous reports that I had done, there hadn't been input from those youth. During this inspection, I had the opportunity to talk with some of them. On the day of the inspection, I believe there were 6 young people there with that disposition. I spoke to 3 of them at length. And the thing that they talked about quite a bit was that they had experienced what they perceived to be a decrease in services. At Dorothy Kirby Center, the physical place, Dorothy Kirby Center, they had access to probation officers called treatment and counseling probation officers who they reported they had regular contact with. This is the probation officer who facilitates their phone call, who facilitates contact with their family, and otherwise participates regularly in their unit in issues of de-escalation and counseling. These individuals are professionally trained counselors. They're either licensed or unlicensed and under the supervision of a licensed clinician. So they talked about that decrease in services and the ways that they felt that that was affecting them. And so that really encouraged us to consider making recommendations, which we have. As Wendy said, those recommendations mostly are not new. They are things that were voted on, I believe, in April of 2025. And they basically think about full utilization of Dorothy Kirby Center, which currently provides a very therapeutic environment. It's centrally located, and also like Kilpatrick, it's staffed by highly trained probation officers who have experience working with girls and gender expansive youth. The recommendation to move the SYTF dispositioned youth to Barry J. Nydorf, where they can receive programming tailored to their disposition, and to also recommit to reducing incarceration of girls and gender expansive youth. That's already a mandate by the Board of Supervisors. And then the new recommendation that we made was, because based on the inspection, based upon reports from the young people, but also from probation officers and the folks working at the facility who are highlighting there is, I don't know if I want to call it a short staff issue. Maybe some folks would say that, but the facility is a very open campus, and currently it's being used to house 4 populations that are needing to be kept quite separate, or there's a perception they need to be kept separate. Either way, There are difficulties with the number of staff that are there to be able to do that and to maintain, the environment. So we are recommending that the POC formally recommend to Board of Supervisors and Probation that Probation immediately move all GGE disposition, girls and gender expansive youth who are dispositioned to DKC placement back to Dorothy Kirby Center. This isn't a recommendation that we make lightly. I personally have concerns about moving young people around and shuffling them from facility to facility. But given the reports about, young people feeling that they had lost progress or a sense of backsliding, even though they acknowledge that Kilpatrick is a lovely place. They felt that the staff there were great and really trying to help them. They were receiving services from Department of Mental Health, but they still were experiencing some backslide in what they reported in both mental health symptoms and behavioral functioning. So we make that recommendation with the input of the young people and the officers at that facility. And so we put this document forward to you all, and we have also received support from some of our stakeholders around these recommendations. And I really wish that Commissioner Jackson was here right now to talk about her inspection, but I actually believe somebody else may have gone too. So I'll stop there and I'll let commissioners also make comments about what they saw when they went.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, Dr. Gongora. I also went to CVK. I was less organized than Commissioner Jackson in sending my formal notes. But I went to CVK on Thursday, February 5th for an unannounced visit. I observed a number of the same things. Every single staff member I spoke to, people were in good spirits generally, but I would say that every single person said, we need more people here. We need more staff. And the thing I really want to uplift, I had a very long conversation with a staff member about the gender expansive and queer trans population. And that staff member identified to me that there were 2 to 3 male to female transgender youth and roughly 3 female to male transgender youth, as well as a number of non-binary youth or LGBTQ plus youth. And I received the daily population statistics. Those are not reflected anywhere in the statistics. I understand that probation needs to report what is being said to them in whatever fashion, and I don't know if there are further conversations or how, I understand that, we talked about this a couple of times ago, that it may not be that someone is identifying at the intake. And so if you're just capturing, if you capture that population or their statistic one time and you're not following up on it, that may be an issue. But I would like to have further conversation in this body with department, perhaps with the LGBTQ Commission of Los Angeles County about, working with trans youth. And I respect the fact that the department, when we're talking about the girls population, we now term it girls and gender expansive youth. I have some questions and concerns about the fact that, to me, when we're saying all of those people are at CVK, that there couldn't possibly be any other, that's the only place that's serving or could possibly have gender expansive youth. And that's just not, it doesn't allow for full expression of youth. So I'm not going to make any amendments to the report that was written, but I did want to highlight this, and I do think it's a conversation that we should be having, and look forward to hearing from CBO providers that are working at CVK and in other facilities, working with young people that identify all along the spectrum that exists out there.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Harris. And thank you for those reports, Dr. Gongora. I hope everybody had a chance to read them. There was a lot of very important information on there. I do have one question, though, in the comments on the report where you mentioned that the intake of food and liquids was limited due to concerns of having to use the restroom. Is that staff that were limiting their intake? So because there was nobody?
Yeah, that was reported by multiple staff members, that there were not enough people to be able to relieve them to have appropriate breaks. And so they were limiting their food and water intake during their shifts.
Okay, thank you so much. And commissioners, do you have any questions for Dr. Gongora?
You
Yes.
know, I noticed that Director Benyon is here, and I wonder if she would like to just talk about the report at any level or just give an update as to how it's going at Kilpatrick from her perspective as the manager.
I do not want to put Director Benyon on the spot, who is here to present on the next item, because I was told by probation executive leadership that they would not be responding to these, to this report.
Okay, I
So
just wanted to make sure.
I don't want to speak for you, but I will say that that's what I was told in preparation for today's meeting.
So then I do have one question, because I read the report I think it came out about 10 days ago. And I don't recall whether or not there was a discussion with administration about these issues.
When I was there that day, I don't think there was anybody there. I was walked by a supervisor, and she was like on her first shift, second day of her first shift, because it's the 56. So we were really just trying to figure out together. Yeah, but there was a supervisor there. She heard every single concern. She was standing with me during many of the interviews, and we sent this to probation before sending it to commissioners or anybody else.
And just for my understanding, was there any attempt to contact the administration or Ms. Benyon just to kind of run through these concerns?
No, I think we have been expressing these concerns and hearing them really clearly. I mean, this is not my outright concern. These are things that people at the facility are talking about really openly and expressing. I didn't think there was any surprise here for anybody.
So, and
I'm
Nikki,
just going to disagree really quickly with
Okay.
that, which is that I sent Sarah's notes to the leadership of the commission. I'm trying to get the exact date, and I don't see it on my notes, but it was much more than 10 days ago. It was right after the notes were completed, with the hope that, I mean, that's what we do, is send the information to the leadership team immediately as soon as we can get it processed, with the hope that they would be at least alerted to the things that had been seen in the notes. And as Sarah said, we sent those to them before we shared them with anyone. The next group we shared them with was OIG. And so there was an attempt to share the information directly with leadership. And I have had a couple of conversations with folks from the executive leadership team about the concerns. They just told me that they didn't want to publicly respond to the concerns, and we didn't receive any response to the concerns in writing that could be shared publicly.
so I guess my concern is, and I'll just cut to the chase, is that there's a feasibility factor when we make a recommendation. And when we make a recommendation as this body, it carries weight. I've heard it used in other meetings. I've heard it used in court hearings. And if we're making a recommendation like this, we should have some kind of feasibility study if it is feasible to bring the girls back. Because these discussions were held before and they were not implemented. I wouldn't say they were ignored because probation did address them and did explain why it wasn't a feasible recommendation, but we're making them again. And I'm not sure what purpose it serves if it's just something to put on the record. And, maybe our process has to be reexamined with recommendations. Maybe having an ad hoc meeting with probation and really digging into all the factors that are weighed by probation or by the county, because probation also has to respond to, its boss, the board. So I'm just concerned about the process and whether or not it's feasible, because we can sit here and vote for it, but then it's something that's standing out there that people can use as weight, but it really doesn't have anything supporting it other than our observations and our thoughts.
I want to be very clear that that's exactly what is happening here. That these are recommendations that were written by Dr. Gongora, approved by me, sent to the department. We got no feedback about them from the department that we were able to share publicly, and that they are only recommendations, and the commission has a choice to vote on those recommendations here. We do have a very big obstacle in how these things are made, and it is the law. It's the Brown Act. We cannot share recommendations on behalf of the Probation Oversight Commission without them being vetted in public. I happen to strongly agree with that law. It does complicate the situation, and you're right that things go out publicly before they are voted on by the commission, because that's the way it has to be. So I hear your frustration about it, but I don't know that there's any way around it other than the creation, for example, of a subcommittee, which would require additional work by you all to meet in a subcommittee to address recommendations to bring to the agenda. I hear you, but
Well,
we did a lot. We did a lot in this case to try to get the information out early to the department in order to get feedback about it.
I'm actually not frustrated. I'm just concerned about the process. And I'm sitting here with 9 questions that I put together, and they're staff questions. There are probation officers who are Kilpatrick, who did the work and do the work. And these are some deep concerns. And so, hopefully, and I appreciate the fact that the department has decided that they're not ready to respond to this. But there's a lot going on here, and I'm not sure if it's going to be mitigated by making this recommendation, or even if it's even possible to implement it, because it does not appear that the staffing issues are anywhere near being addressed or close to being addressed. So, but my frustration is that it just doesn't appear that it's working up there, and getting a better picture of what's really going on there day to day, and verifying all the information that we have, and allowing probation, well, maybe forcing probation to basically come to the table and talk about these things.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Terry?
I absolutely support the idea of an ad hoc, because I think there's so many issues that can be addressed at CVK in addition to what you just named about kind of all these specialized populations and supports that are needed. I'm very concerned about the racial tension and fights breaking out, and I think that's also, I think that the department needs to address those things. I think there's an equity issue if the girls and gender expansive youth at that facility aren't getting the services that young men are getting at other facilities. So I agree with you, Commissioner Mundo. I think that there's like missing information, but I also think the department has a responsibility to respond to the plan that they put in place, which everyone, identified these issues long ago. And if we're looking at, the idea was that this move would address staffing concerns, it would help reduce the population, and it would support decarceration efforts. But I think the department should have to address those things and assess, have we gotten closer? And so while I do agree that there's missing information, but if the department isn't responding, then we're also in a bind here, because they're not responding, and we're trying to, kind of follow the channels. But I do support the idea of an ad hoc. I think all the cases should actually be reassessed to see if some of the youth who are there can go home, can be released or go to a step down. So I think there's a lot of things to explore, and I would support anything that's going to get us closer to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Any other commissioners?
I just want to take a step back, right? Because we have a lot of folks, I imagine, who are tuning in. And so just to like create some context for the issue, right? We have now 4 very distinct populations that are housed in a facility that is like an open setting, right? So you would just have like 4 beds in a shared space. And again, there's like units, cottages, whatever you want to call them, but there's no separation. There's no like separate space for you to take a breath, to cool off, whatever it is. So there's that issue. But in addition to that, again, there's the 4 separate populations there, and by that I mean there are kids who are pre-dispo, meaning they haven't gone to trial, they haven't been sentenced, and they're in a very different state of mind. And then you have post-dispo kids. So they've been sent to, or disposition, sentenced to a camp placement or camp setting, excuse me. And a camp experience is very different. I think there's an opportunity to experience a significant amount of like, I mean, not quite freedom, but a little more freedom to move, right? Which is now being severely restricted because you're trying to navigate these 4 other populations or 3 other populations. And then there's a 3rd population there, and that is the Dorothy Kirby girls, right? And so those are young folks who are in a suitable place or are supposed to be in a suitable placement, which means that they have significant like additional needs, right? Whether they are mental health needs, where they are developmental needs, but have benefited from a placement setting like Dorothy Kirby Center, where you have these treatment and counseling POs and you just have access to a different type of like mental health support that now has been completely stripped away. And then you have a 4th population, which is a SYTF or Secure Youth Treatment Facility population, who are expected to spend up to 7 years inside a carceral setting. And so now you've got what sounds like a very short-staffed situation, trying to manage 4 distinct populations with a whole host of separate needs. And so just like for context, it just feels like complete chaos in my head, which I imagine is translating into complete chaos at a facility. And I don't know, if I were a defense attorney, I'd be filing motions left and right because it seems like young people are not being provided what they are like constitutionally entitled to. And additionally, to Commissioner Terry's point, there is a real gender equity issue here, where girls are being significantly disadvantaged by their placement at Campus Kilpatrick. And that just feels wildly concerning, and the department should be concerned about litigation related to that. So I just wanted to name that context. And just +1 what Commissioner Terry said. Like, we are the Probation Oversight Commission. In an ideal world, the probation department would feel somewhat compelled to respond to these notes that are so sad, honestly. Like, these young folks do not deserve this. And this was all created in an attempt to like alleviate the operation of an unlawful facility being Los Padrinos. And we have not resolved any of that or come close to that.
I agree. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kakani. And I'm suggesting we do 2 things. One would be to create the ad hoc, but also we could do, this would be up to the commissioners, move forward with the motion that we have in place today with the recommendations that the POC has put forth, or put it back on the agenda for next month, because we have received additional phenomenal recommendations from Liberation Fund Coalition that we could incorporate into our motion. And I mean, you know, when you have staff that don't even want to go use the restroom, or was as written in the report, they hear over the radio when one incident is happening, so then it creates another incident. I mean, you know, there is some serious issues going on here that do need to be addressed. And I think that while we can have the ad hoc, it's not to postpone a motion of recommendations. So we can move forward with the recommendations we've put forth, or put it back on the agenda for next month to incorporate Liberation Fund Coalition recommendations as well. Yes.
So thank you, Commissioner Kakani, for illuminating the significance of the problem. And I think that somewhere down the line that this commission is going to be forced to make a bigger recommendation.
Mhm.
I really do. You know, when you have the extent of problems that they're having up there, it's clearly not working at all. And so to limit ourselves to just removing one population and our recommendation may be sufficiently underwhelming. That's why I think that moving forward, that the department really has to give everybody an understanding of if it's even able to succeed up there.
What's frustrating is that we had alignment with Young Women's Freedom Center, with the unions on the POC. We made reasonable recommendations. Everybody said musical chairs is not going to work. It's not going to work. And one judge said, okay, I go along with this. And now here we are a year later. It took way longer than anyone, you could reasonably guess it wasn't going to be that easy to move entire populations, but it took way longer than the department promised. And as all of my fellow commissioners have said, these things were not difficult to predict. And it's appalling that staff aren't eating. I mean, okay, so you have a starving staff. I get hangry. Like, it's not a good thing, right? You have to drink water and eat food to be able to, function and do your job. It's appalling that that's happening. That's totally unacceptable. And I think that, this particular recommendation I support wholeheartedly because these programs were working at DKC and they're working for the kids that are there right now. And there are serious equity issues on all types of levels for this particular population. I don't think this is an outrageous recommendation whatsoever, and it should carry weight. And I'll support however the commission wants to move forward, but this feels very reasonable to me in light of everything that's being discussed.
Okay, so would the commission like to move forward with submitting the recommendations as a motion?
Is that separate from, can we also do the ad hoc committee? Does that need to be a
No,
motion?
the ad hoc committee that's also, yes, we will create the ad hoc committee.
Okay. Sorry.
It's not
I
one
didn't know
or
if
the
that
other.
needed to be
I
a motion
see.
or.
I'm looking at Shantae, but I think you could make those, Shantae agreed that you could create an ad hoc, that you could make those as one motion to accept the recommendations and create an ad hoc committee.
Okay, then we'd like to.
I will make, I'm like my kids now. I would like to make a motion, I guess reiterating this recommendation that girls and gender expansive youth who were, I guess, dispositioned to Dorothy Kirby Center as a suitable placement, be sent back there until such a time that appropriate and equal program services and staffing can be made readily available at CVK. And in addition to that, I would like to move for an ad hoc committee to be created to focus on what is happening to our girls and gender expansive youth who are currently being incarcerated at Campus Kilpatrick.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion received by Commissioner Kakani and seconded by Commissioner Meredith.
Okay, thank you. We will now move to public comment. If you'll just give me 1 second, I want to confer with Chair Canales about the timing of our next item. So if you want to give public comment, go ahead and come up to the podium and we'll. Okay, in conferring with Chair Canales, we have a guest speaker for the next item on developmental disabilities who is able to speak in 10 minutes from now. So we're going to limit public comment on this item to 1 minute per person so that we can move onto that item. So my apologies for that, but we've got a lot of important things to talk about today. So Janae, if you can change the clock to 1 minute and I'll set the timer. And thank you all for being here, and go ahead and begin. Welcome, Deanna.
Good morning. My name is Deanna Pittman, and I'm here on behalf of the Young Women's Freedom Center and the Liberation Fund Coalition. As you all mentioned yesterday, we submitted a memo about the status of incarcerated girls and gender expansive youth. We really appreciate the effort by this commission to inspect and talk about what's going on at Camp Kilpatrick. Because many of the things that we're seeing on the ground is noted in this report, but I really want to stress the fact that the day-to-day conditions are far worse than anything that was reported in this inspection. We're seeing that staff are being pushed to the edge. Youth are being denied access not only to medical appointments, but critical medications. Thank you for uplifting gender expansive and trans youth, because they are disproportionately being affected by this. And our trans youth are also at the receiving end of transphobic remarks. I have a lot more to say, but I'm gonna respect the timer. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Right.
Hey everybody, good morning. Good morning everybody, my name is Kaylee Matthews, I'm 21 and I'm the Liberation Fund Fellow with the Young Women Freedom Center. I'm also a formerly incarcerated young person. I'm here today to talk about the young people inside CVK who don't get the chance to speak for themselves, so it's important that people like me do. I've heard directly from the youth and what they've been going through, and honestly, it's not okay. More and more girls and gender expansive youth who are actually victims of trafficking and exploitation are actually being held in detention instead of getting the support and protection that they need. That's not justice, that's the system failing for every youth is supposed to protect. That's why I'm asking you today to support the immediate implementation of a rapid release protocol, especially to reduce the number of girls and gender expansive youth being held in detention. These young people belong in supportive community programs and not locked up. And at the end of the day, these are still young people who have potential futures ahead of them. Please take action now and free the 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Bell.
Hello. I'm back. Okay, for a minute, I'm just say CVK is jacked up right now. I think we all knew it. That's why we all agreed that the girls shouldn't go up there. The officers right now they're going through it right now. The reports I'm getting is over 20, some people doing over 20-hour shifts. The assaults, one lady was beaten up to the point where there are only one person in the dorm. So she was getting beat up and the girls have to run out and get help for her. Another lady was beaten up by one of the, I don't know how to say it, transgender youth. And things like this is just continuously happen. I think we all knew it was gonna happen. I'm not too sure if just, like Mr. Mundo was saying, if just changing out one group will help much. The real issue, we shouldn't have had the girls up there in the first place. That's and with that.
Good morning, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Director. Drive for 100 minutes for your 1 minute speaking time. So I'm here in support of the Commissioner, I believe, Harris. Harris asked so many questions about the transgender youth, and I definitely believe that we need to ask those kind of questions every single day, every single hour, every single minute, because we do not talk about that enough. Because every time when I look at the probation officers, I don't see those transgender probation officers. Every time I see the commissioners, I don't see much transgender commissioners. I see the probation staff member, I don't see much transgender staff member. So I definitely understand the struggle of our transgender population. They are not feeling supported, they're not getting enough services, because we need more transgender staff, transgender officer, transgender commissioner, transgender board of supervisor to provide a safe, comfortable opportunity environment for all of the youth. And thank you for the good questions.
Thank you. And I hope we can go back to the longer time. Go ahead. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bryce, and I'm with the Young Women's Freedom Center. And I feel like girls in Malibu have little to no program and can barely even come out their colleges because they are short staffed and the girls are having confidence. For one, they are proving once again that they are not capable of providing the staff that the girls need and to safely care for the youth. So of course they are starting chaos. They have no entertainment or rehabilitation, and they need CBOs like YWFC or YCJ or New Village Girls, and there's plenty of more that could support the girls instead of incarcerating them. Free to 50.
My name is Angela. I am a formerly incarcerated youth, and I am an intern at YWFC, who is here to talk about what is going on at CVK. Since youth were moved to Malibu, there have been little to no program, less mental health counseling, and trouble getting along. I want to focus on the increase in violence. At the Young Women's Freedom Center, we do weekly circles with youth coming home from juvenile hall. I have been attending there for 2 years now and have never seen a fight or act of violence, which shows the positivity we can push and sisterhood that can be uplifted to motivate youth to perform better throughout these groups. Because the same way that the halls are filled with different personalities, gangs, and backgrounds, our circles involve these things as well. And I don't understand how it is that staff in the halls can't push the positivity to bring youth together, at least to be able to coexist. And the relocation, I have been inside when probation moved us from Central to Silmar, from Silmar to Central, and I know firsthand how traumatic that can be. These kids are not a check; they are our future. We should invest more in them.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Cassidy Maldonado. I'm 23 years old. I've been affected by the system since I was 15 years old. I'm part of Young Women's Freedom Center in Beloved. I'm here today to express my anger and how probation is neglecting our kids and their own staff. Girls and gender expensive youth in CBK are missing medical appointments and not receiving the medical care or medication that they have the right to get. Once more, the probation department is disappointing us with their low ability to get more staff to help our youth to grow. More movement from one facility to another isn't going to solve an issue. Our kids are being neglected. Missing appointments, we want you guys to get it together and free the 50. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'll keep it short. My name is Cia Romero. I'm here on behalf of Layup. I just want to say that we support all of LiveFund's recommendations and the motions that were presented today by the commission. I want to emphasize what Kaylee said earlier, that we can't just shuffle young people around. There needs to be preventative actions from having girls and gender expansive youth inside these facilities at all young people inside these facilities at all, and decarceration efforts. These young people do not need to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comment?
We do have written public comment. I think you heard some of the commenters attached. It's attached to the agenda, and if you'd like to give more public comment. We do not have online comments, so I think we can. Okay, we have two, and we're going to cut the queue off because of our timeline. So we'll start with Lindsay, and then Lena, and then we'll go back to commissioners. So Lindsay, you may have to unmute yourself, but we will unmute you on our side.
My name is Lindsay. I'm with Arts for Healing and Justice Network. I'm just calling in to really echo all the things that my colleagues in the room are saying. All roads continue to lead us to decarceration. It is the way forward. As an organization that offers programming inside of these facilities, programming has really been impacted by disruptions at CVK and beyond since this move happened. We have ended up exactly where we thought we would, as many of the commissioners have named. We support the recommendations from the POC. We support, obviously, as a member of the Liberation Front Coalition and Lab Coalition, support decarceration as it's been very thoroughly outlined by the Rapid Release Protocol. So really just here to encourage you to do the things that have already been identified, that we know that they work. What is happening is not working. Medical appointments are being missed. Young people are fighting because there is no consistency, no stability. They need the programming. It's not happening. It's a hostile environment for everyone, but at the end of the day, the kids lose. So free the 50 and decarcerate the young people.
Thank you, and we'll end with Lena.
You. Similarly, just want to uplift and show my support for the Liberation Fund's recommendations and the Probation Oversight Commission's recommendations. And I really hope that there are folks from the Board of Supervisors, their justice deputies tuning in right now. There should be alarm bells ringing for them because their inaction and their belief in the lies that the probation department is sharing with them at their report backs. They're enabling the creation of some of the most disturbing and horrific conditions I have heard recently. Families are still struggling to get visitation, and echoing all the other remarks that have been made by young folks who have showed up today, highlighting the kind of harm and the kind of negligence that young people are experiencing. Also, again, just of course want to highlight that other options exist. There are beautifully intact and thoughtful rapid release planning that's happening on behalf of Liberation Fund. There are options to decarcerate, and I really urge the board to move before something happens that we can't reverse.
Joking. Thank you very much, commissioners. And thank you all who made public comment. I apologize that we had to limit it to 1 minute. Maybe we're going to have to revisit this time slot thing because I feel so pressured. Commissioners, do you have any questions or further comments? Hearing none, Wendy, please call the roll for the vote.
Okay, we are voting on a motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by Commissioner Meredith. The first part of the motion is to approve or reiterate the recommendation that probation immediately move all girls and gender expansive youth disposition to Dorothy Kirby Center placement back to Dorothy Kirby Center until such a time that appropriate and equal program services and staffing can be made readily available at Campus Vernon Kilpatrick. And the second part of the motion is to create an ad hoc subcommittee regarding the situation for girls and gender expansive youth incarcerated at Campus Vernon Kilpatrick. So with that, I will call the roll. And I'll also note, and it will be noted in the minutes, that Commissioner Shipp is present. Commissioner, please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson is absent. Commissioner Kakani? Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Mundo? Commissioner Prater is absent. Commissioner Shipp? Yes. Commissioner Terry? Yes. And Chair Canales?
Yes.
So with 2 members absent with a vote of 7-0, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's move on to agenda item 4, which is to discuss and take possible action on panel presentations related to issues facing youth in probation's juvenile facilities who have developmental disabilities. This is an issue that the POC has been looking into for over a year since we started receiving data about the young people in detention. Since we learned on one of our inspections over a year ago that the rate of students receiving special education services at the juvenile court schools is approximately 3 times higher than the rate in traditional community schools. And when we asked the board to direct the department to stop using OC spray in the units with youth with developmental disabilities, which they did stop for a short time, but unfortunately they have gone back to doing that again. The probation department has been asked to provide a verbal report on services to youth going to start this morning with a report from disability rights attorney Susan Sindelar and from Disability Rights California. She is going to give us some background and information on best practices on this issue, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from her. Susan is joining us virtually from out of town. Thank you, Susan, and please go ahead and get started.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person with you. I want to start with giving just a little bit of history about the context of developmental disabilities and the context of disabilities generally within the carceral state within the state of California. So when we start to think about where have these problems begun, why are we where we are, history is actually a very good guide to tell us how we've gotten to this place and whether we've actually made substantial progress, significant progress, or if we've just kind of renamed the same things that we've seen for a long time. So if you bear with me for a very brief timeline, there are links that still exist to this day between the eugenics movement and systemic discrimination against people with developmental disabilities and how they have wound up within the criminal legal system and the juvenile legal system. In 1850, California became a state. That was at the very beginning of what became the scientific movement of eugenics. That was where all of the origins had started. And part of that, as we all are aware, does coincide with a lot of migration and immigration within the United States at the time. California had passed several acts for the protection of children and to prevent and punish certain wrongs to children in the late 1870s. That allowed the removal from parental custody. And that coincided then with the 1880s. What did we see in the 1880s? What we saw were the institution of boarding schools for indigenous youth. We saw the beginning of the industrial schools and the reform schools on in the juvenile legal system. But what we also saw were the beginnings of the care and training homes for feeble-minded children. What were those? Those were places that families who had children with developmental disabilities sent their kids to receive training to try to see, and these were the terms that were used at the time, if they were imbeciles, if they were morons, if they were idiots. What that meant was essentially if they had the ability to get any kind of programming, to be able to get some type of training, to then have a job, to be able to get out of these homes. What occurred were systemic abuses inside these homes. They were focused on punishment. They were focused on trying to create a education without the context of exactly how and why a person was manifesting their disabilities this way. So what did we get that also came around that time? So 1883 was when Sir Francis Galton, cousin of Charles Darwin, first coined the term eugenics. And then from the 1880s forward, there was a lot more attempts to make scientific bases for what they saw as the reasons why people were getting put into these homes, into these industrial schools, and into the boarding schools. And so you had researchers who were using the children that had already been removed from homes under the laws that had already existed, and all of the disparities existed back then. The 1850s and 1860s already had laws where you had removal of indigenous youth, and then it was removal of youth from Mexican families. The data at the time was based on Indian / Mexican. And then we had more influx of individuals of African American descent coming to California after like in the late 1800s. And so we created our scientific bases of this racial hierarchy in California of whites on top, African Americans in the middle, and then Mexicans and indigenous youth at the bottom in terms of what was the intellectual functioning. That then set the stage for what were the kind of life outcomes. Other things that were happening at that time, 1899 was when you had that first juvenile court in Cook County. 1912, Fred Nellis took over the Whittier State School, which was that first reformatory school. All of the studies on the use of what became the Stanford Binet intelligence testing were done based on the youth in those facilities at the Whittier State School. And he really believed that he could only work with kids that had a certain intellectual level. And so he used the testing to essentially weed out everybody that he didn't want. Where did they go? They went to the Preston Industrial School. They went to the care and training homes, which were then taken over by the state at that point, the Sonoma State Home. That was when we also started seeing the decisions coming out of the Supreme Court, where they were discussing the hereditary component of feeble-mindedness. And the belief at the time was that you needed to institutionalize. The belief at the time was that institutionalization was going to cost a lot of money and that the long-term solution was actually sterilization. So as youth aged out of these industrial schools, they would get sent into the developmental, what became the developmental centers. And then they were sterilized there. California led the nation, actually, in involuntary sterilizations, and a lot of these youth had spent time in these industrial schools at the Whittier State School and at the girls' home in Ventura. The interesting thing that we want to ignore with this is that these institutions were encapsulated under the Department of Institutions, but when that broke apart in the 1940s, it broke apart into what became the Youth Authority. It then broke apart also into what became the Department of Mental Hygiene, which subsequently in the 70s broke up into the Department of Developmental Services and the Department of State Hospitals. When we talk about what are the things that we saw previously and are they still there, if we don't acknowledge this history, that history will repeat itself. And how does it repeat itself? There's new studies that are coming out that draw the links between the Vineland test. So we talked about the Stanford-Binet test. The Vineland adaptive behavior test was actually developed by a New Jersey industrial school. The risk assessments that we use, we know that they're biased. We see that because it does penalize an individual essentially for having a disability, for having any kind of intersectional identity. And the origin of a lot of these studies and the statistical analysis does stem back to the Eugenics Research Office. So if we don't recognize that there is a lot of history that we need to, one, see, and then two, make active efforts to try and be different from, all we are going to do is repeat it. Because what is the data showing? That even though prevalence of intellectual and developmental disabilities within children aged 6 to 18 is about 3.2%, if you're in the criminal legal system, it's 10% in that population. So why do we see a threefold increase? Well, I mean, we see a threefold increase because we are seeing that these systems are still functioning in the way that they were originally designed, which is to try and figure out how do you categorize, criminalize, and pathologize other disabilities. Some of the misperceptions about disabilities over the years have been that people are slow, that they don't have the ability to do anything different, that they will always have problems, that there is no hope, that it is hereditary, that there is no change. And so when we see some of the attitudes towards their treatment, the question does arise, where does this come from? What are the values? What are the misconceptions? What are the stereotypes that we have? Hyperactivity, attention span, attention focus, impulse control difficulties, social cognition impairments, the ability to use and understand language and nonverbal cues in social situations. Those are executive functioning abilities. And if you have an executive functioning deficit, and that's how it's manifesting itself, if you're not actually being viewed as someone with a disability, you're getting viewed as somebody with conduct disorder. You're getting viewed as somebody with oppositional defiant disorder. You're getting viewed as somebody with intermittent explosive disorder and eventually antisocial personality disorder. And what does that mean? That means that there is no hope. Between 85 and 89% of individuals with mild intellectual developmental disability, like within the population of people with IDD, 85 to 89% have mild. What does that mean? That means that they don't look like they have an intellectual developmental disorder. It doesn't look like they have an impairment, but these executive functioning deficits exist, and they have spent their entire lives trying to hide it. When we see these kind of externalizing behaviors, so difficulty following instructions, throwing objects, that's usually a result of some kind of sensory overload. And that behavior is a communication. It's communicating that there is something not working. But if what you're looking at is it's bad behavior from a bad kid, then you're not going to be looking at what the underlying reason is. When someone has these kinds of executive functioning impairments, their ability to follow instructions, their ability to remain organized, their forgetfulness, that then gets used as a way to continue to say that they're lazy, that they're dependent, that they are less capable, lowers expectations that are set for them. It reduces opportunities. It justifies inadequate supports, and ultimately it perpetuates the cycle of disadvantage that we have seen since the 1800s. So what are some of the things that we can look at now, and how are why is disability rights invited here today to talk about this? So in 2010, Public Counsel and Disability Rights and partners with several law firms reached a settlement agreement with the Probation Department in order to discuss what would be better ways to ensure that youth with developmental disabilities who are detained in probation's juvenile halls would be immediately and effectively identified as having a disability, that they would not be detained any longer than youth that don't have disabilities because of the lack of available and appropriate placements, and then would be provided with appropriate services and effective supports during their time in detention. Because detention and incarceration is a disabling experience. When you are looking at the amount of orders, the lighting, the smells, if you are an individual that has sensory difficulties, that has executive functioning impairments, this is going to make it more difficult. So the longer you spend there, the more you're essentially acclimating and adjusting that this is normal, even though that this is not a normal environment. The settlement was reached that outlined very clear expectations of what probation needed to do. And this was hammered out through a couple of years in identifying what were effective measurements for identification, what were culturally competent ways to respond to behavior, trying to look at what are the ways that we can treat these youth as individuals with disabilities who just need the right kinds of services and supports. Part of the issue is that there is another system that is designed to be able to provide them services. It's the DDS Regional Center Systems. And so what are the practices that would be able to be implemented now to try to get us back to where we were when the corrective action plan in 2014 was agreed upon and completed by probation and the executive department of the County of Los Angeles to ensure that these directives became the permanent practice, to ensure the safety, security, and humane treatment of individuals with developmental disabilities inside the facilities. There was an infrastructure in place and it got destabilized as a result of the pandemic, as many things did. And then the depopulation has further destabilized what was already a difficult implementation. But there has to absolutely be a commitment to ensure that the resources that were outlined, identified as the best practices, continue to be used. Throughout this process, Public Counsel has still been involved, and evaluators from California State University of Los Angeles have evaluated the program a couple of times over the years, published its findings that when these directives were fully implemented and consistent with what were the agreements of all of the parties at the time, including hiring, training, but ultimately retaining sufficient numbers of credentialed staff with experience in developmental disability services, including the use of outside providers, that recidivism rates went down, that the use of restraints and the use of seclusion went down. The long-term practices have already been established. And then it's an issue of trying to make sure that we get back to what were the core components of that agreement, because that agreement focused on the understanding, the support, and ultimately the fair treatment of individuals with developmental disabilities. It comes in all different shapes. I talked about intellectual developmental disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, autism spectrum disorder. Most people with autism spectrum disorder do not have the visible or noticeable verbal impairments, and they don't have intellectual impairments. So you have a lot of individuals with social communication impairments and restrictive repetitive behaviors in the world and in our facilities that are not receiving meaningful access to the programming that other youth have, nor are they receiving any of the kinds of specialized services and supports that is necessary to get them that meaningful access. I know that I've kind of essentially covered from like 1850 to mostly present, and so I'm happy to take other questions and be able to break down some of what I've said. But this has been an ongoing process for the neurodevelopmental disability community for 140 years, and we have been involved in trying to make sure that there is an understanding of what these behaviors, what these impairments are, and the appropriate way to humanely respond to them. And we do hope that that will continue.
Thank you so much, Susan. I'm sure commissioners that you will agree. I feel like I have learned so much about this issue in the last week, and in particular in listening to and speaking to Susan Zindelar. And I just want to express my sincere gratitude for her time this morning. I also want to share that attached to the agenda, you have two really important documents that show statistics. And I'm very thankful to the probation department for providing these monthly snapshots, which we are using to share information about who the youth that are detained are, that shows that the percentage of youth who are identified as regional center clients has remained fairly consistent over the last couple of years at between 7 and 5%. That's kind of like the inner circle. And then the youth marked as youth with developmental disabilities who have not been identified yet or at all as regional center clients, about double that, around 9 or 10%. And then my sincere thank you to L.A.C, who provided information about the bigger circle, which is youth receiving special education services, which is right around 50%. It's 47% average, but you'll see at some of the facilities, including especially Dorothy Kirby Center, not surprisingly, as high as 73%. So it's very helpful to have this data from our partner departments to be able to get a picture of what we're actually talking about. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair Canales. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to introduce today Chief Deputy Arcos and Director Binion. Please proceed, and thank you for being here today with us. Where is he?
Good morning. Thank you, commissioners. I'd first like to say Susan is a great partner. I work with her, I think it's been about a year with her and Brian Capra with Public Counsel to update our developmental disability program at all of our facilities. So as it's been said, the IT settlement is approximately 12 years old. And there are things that did not exist then, for example, SYTF. We no longer have central juvenile hall. So because we have youth with developmental disabilities in all of our facilities, the policy and the procedure, the whole process needs to be updated so that it is applicable in each of our facilities. So it can be replicated, how we identify, how we provide services, it needs to be replicated in each of our facilities. So first, what we did was I received the policy from where I can do edits from Public Counsel and just kind of went through the whole policy. Identified some things that don't exist anymore, like I said, a facility that really was the central hub, and identifying that that doesn't exist. So how is this being acted on today. And with Los Padrinos, we have a great DDYC. She's a coordinator and she is just phenomenal. And even our public counsel and our courts, they are very appreciative of the work that she continues to do. But like I said, we have youth in every facility, and even discovering or suspecting a youth having a developmental disability goes past the intake process. You know, sometimes as we have the kids in our custody, we acknowledge and we kind of see certain things. So if this initiation doesn't happen at intake, what is the process that needs to be followed? Because you still need to identify the youth as a developmental disability, and that's not necessarily in the procedure as I read it. So again, that's part of, like, I think that's one of the helpful things of being new. You just see things with fresh eyes and you have fresh questions. So really we are working with, again, Public Counsel, Disability Rights of America to update our policy, update our procedure, update the attachments, even the regional center and their referrals. I just found out, because we do attend the meetings, there's 3 different meetings that Los Angeles County holds to kind of, not kind of, but we hold to, I can't even think of the word. We meet to discuss how we are providing services for these clients. There's a judges meeting, so that is facilitated by our courts. There's an MOU meeting, which has the, that is facilitated by the regional centers, probation, DMH, SAPC, and there's 2 other agencies that I am forgetting, that we all talk about, you know, how is it going? How is our process? We being probation managers recently started attending those meetings. It was, I don't want to say difficult, but kind of hard to find out which meetings we should be at the table for. So we recently started attending those meetings. And then there's another regional center meetings that is more appropriate for our DD youth coordinators, the supervisors, and probably an assistant director or first line manager. And being part of these meetings, we get to discuss the services, any obstacles that we are having for the youth that are in the referral process. Normally in the community, that referral can take 6 months. But when they're in our custody, because of the settlement, they have 60 days to do it, to finish, they being the regional center, to finish that referral process. So having that expedited for our youth that are in custody really allows us to get those services faster and faster for them. So it's a lot of moving parts. We are right now in communication with the vendor, one of the vendors that the regional center uses regularly to provide services for our youth in detention for the regional center consumers. We are looking at the programming for those who are in the referral process, because regional center is responsible for their consumers. However, those that are in the process of being identified officially under their criteria with a developmental disability, they still need services and they still need special attention to what their needs are. And we are looking at how we adapt their services or their programming, and just really ensuring that we're providing for those particular populations.
Thank you so much. Chief Deputy Arcos, would you like to contribute? Oh, okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? My sound's here.
Yeah. Yeah. So as you were speaking, what I will say is thank you for identifying that piece um, around the things that was happening. On that note, what in your mind and what the based on what the probation is, department is building, what is that process looks like at intake so far from what you're building? Because I know it's still not done, but what does that process look like? Are we testing every single youth that comes in? Are we deciding based on certain behaviors? But how are we identifying which youth we should be testing, or will it be every youth across the board type of thing?
So the process is in place. It's just not every place does an intake process. So right now it's only CVK and LP that does the intake process. So the IDC officer, they have specific questions that they're asking the kid, and we do ask them, are they a regional center consumer? They may not understand what that means, so we also ask their parent or guardian or social worker, do they have that history? Because that is something that we can get straight to the chase if we just ask if those services are provided by the regional center, then we can say, hey, regional center, we have one of your clients here. You need to come here to provide them their services. LACO, we do talk to the school that the youth has come from. We just find out what their disabilities are. And that's usually at the intake process, just through a question and answer, and that is every youth. If they are identified as having any of those disabilities, again, then the regional center is contacted, and it's the regional center that they are a consumer with. So not that this is true, but let's say South Central Regional Center has Los Padrinos as their catchment area, but we have a youth from Pomona that is in Los Padrinos. We have to contact that youth regional center, not the one that services that particular area. So that's also, part of our questioning is finding out which regional center does that youth belong to, so that we can make sure that those services continue, because they don't necessarily move just because the youth move.
If I may add to that, so the directive that was meant to be the implementation of the core elements of the settlement, because one of the issues was when and where is identification happening? How is that happening? What are the bases that are being used for that identification? Like, yes, it occurs at intake, and it occurs at intake in a couple of ways. One, through what was agreed upon and using developmental psychologists in the approval process of what are some of the basic screening tools to just flag if this is somebody who may have a developmental disability or some kind of executive functioning deficit. Then there's that record exchange, whether it's from Department of Mental Health, whether that is LACO. The thing to understand is that there are so many different kinds of definitions of disability, but the federal and state law talk about disability also in the context of somebody suspected of having a disability. So there are additional checks throughout the process of any kind of interaction that the line staff are having is supposed to trigger that referral process as well, because it's the referral process to the regional centers that then allows the access to a more appropriate intake and assessment from the developmental services provider within the state of California. And we're still reviewing and trying to revise the directives to ensure that those core components still exist regardless of the facility. Yes, there's no IDC, but the basics of making sure that this happens multiple points so that everyone who has or is suspected of having a developmental disability is flagged and referred to get the appropriate services to make sure that they don't stay in detention longer. That is something that you can see embedded within Directive 1379 and all of the attachments.
No, thank you both for that. The reason I'm asking is because there are young people right now who do identify as developmentally disabled, and they face social stigmas because of it. Specifically, like young people, and we see this in schools, we see this in juvenile hall, we see this in just community spaces in general, where a young person does have some disability and they are made fun of it. Oh, you are a young person with an IEP, etc. Is there anything that the department is doing to mitigate the backlash of a young person needing that extra help or extra step?
Yes, so how we house the youth is important. We do have a classification system that uh, really includes those kind of protections. When we do have low populations of youth with developmental disabilities, staff are very in tune and really address immediately any bullying and um, things like that when it comes to addressing other youth and supporting those youth with the developmental disabilities who may be getting picked on or bullied or some level of a stigma is shining a light on them in an uncomfortable way.
Commissioners, any more questions?
Could you explain with granularity the process that the department goes through, the training that officers get to make referrals to regional center? And I'm looking specifically at this chart. Do you have it? Will you provide it? So if I'm reading the final column correctly, the number of youth marked DD who are not marked regional center looks like there are 26 youth in that category as of 25 as of February 1st, 2026. And so I'm wondering what the department is doing to refer those youth that have identified or marked as DD to a regional center.
So I did look at this this graph, number of youth marked DD who are not marked regional center. The regional center doesn't accept all youth that have a developmental disability. They have a specific criteria. So there are, I mean, I think that's why the numbers between LACO's special ed youth is so different or so much higher because I don't think the regional center covers all learning disabilities. So I do think that is one of the reasons for the discrepancy. I wanted to look further into this, so I don't have an answer not that you asked for the answer to this discrepancy, but with the training, they do get a training at CORE, at their juvenile counselor CORE when they're onboarded. Um, I've been reviewing the training that is posted on our intranet. There is a PowerPoint that is on there, and we have had we've had a couple of conversations with a doctor that is willing to provide workshops for probation, and this is recommended through public counsel. We've had discussions with the training division, and they are looking into looking into a provider and looking into how to add this to our training curriculum, not as part of our block training, but where we can do individual training at the facility. And in one of the meetings that we attended regarding the regional center, I spoke with someone from DMH, and they also offer training as well. So it's really, right now, we do recognize that we need booster trainings, and we are working to get that to our department.
I asked Susan that same question about the discrepancy, and Susan, maybe you'd want to explain why there are more DD youth in the data set than regional center. I think what Director Binion said, some that are denied, but also some in the assessment process. And was there another category that you included as well?
Yes. So that's why I had flagged that there are so many different definitions of disability. So the settlement for the youth with or suspected of having a developmental disability is always going to be a larger number than what you're going to have for the regional center youth. Welfare and Institution Code 4512 outlines, it's A and L are kind of the subdivisions that outline what's the eligibility criteria. And then there's a corresponding code of regulations that limit that further. The regional centers do scrutinize referrals from the juvenile system, whether that's dependency or delinquency, and try and attribute it to solely mental health condition. And so there is a lot more exclusions that should be challenged. First off, why is this kind of two separate columns? Because in theory, if you've got a regional center youth, that person does have a developmental disability. And so why are they not being flagged in both? That's an operations question that I would pose back to probation, because I think that the issue is, what are the queries that they're trying to run to determine there's different requirements in the directives for the kinds of meetings that need to occur, for the different follow-ups, and for the different notices. And so I would imagine that it's due to that, but I'm not able to, we have not been able to conduct the monitoring for some time. And so it would be a question to probation on as to why those columns are being checked that way. So it's anybody that's in the process of being determined eligible for regional center services, which could include an appeal after a denial, or it could be that even if an appeal is not pursued, a person still has a developmental disability. And to address Commissioner Harris's question regarding the training, there was a very explicit training plan that indicated the amount of training that was necessary to work with youth with developmental disabilities, essentially to make sure that it was in compliance with Americans with Disabilities Act, Title II public entity requirements to ensure meaningful access. That included that initial training by developmental psychologists that were identified at the time, as well as booster trainings. And that has been something that has also been part of the ongoing discussions as to what needs to change at this time, because some of the materials do use some of the outdated terms from the DSM-4 even. And as we know, the DSM-5 came out in 2013. So I apologize if I'm not able to, if there was a different way that, if there was a different component of the question that you wanted me to answer about the different columns. And I do think it really does fall within, why are they getting flagged in the way that they're getting flagged, and then what are these numbers being used for? Because you're not going to have to contact a regional center for an individual that's been denied services, but based on the way that that PCMS is entering the data, it doesn't appear that you'd be able to really identify any of the appeals process currently as well.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I just want to thank you, Susan, and thank you, Director Binion. This issue is something that, as a lawyer, I was deeply engaged with, representing youth going through competency proceedings. And, there's this part of the detention statute, Welfare and Institutions Code, Section 636, that's what's used to make an initial detention order. That's what the judge uses. And there's this part of the that code that says the court may make its order that the minor be detained in the juvenile hall or other suitable place designated by the juvenile court for a period not to exceed 15 judicial days. And so what I want to say about that is that I have used that statute to get youth placed pre-adjudication, pre-disposition, who need additional and different services than the department and the juvenile hall are able to offer. And I would say to my lawyers that are listening and to the department to be thinking about how to use the statute, the plain language of the statute, to serve this population of young people who, have different needs, and to avoid what Susan said, just so beautifully. I've been in this for a long time, but detention and incarceration is a disabling experience in and of itself, right? And I just want to repeat that over and over and over again, and just make recommendations that case plans that are also afforded to you all in the statute, and thinking about alternative placements pre-adjudication to serve this population in the best possible way is available and out there.
Thank you. Before we go over to Wendy with live comments, is there any more? Yes, Commissioner Kakani.
So I guess, Director Binion, you said you've been involved in this for the last year,
I think.
right? And this settlement agreement has been in place since around 2014. So who was handling it before you? Because LP was reopened in 2023. We had Barry J operating as a juvenile hall before that. So I'm confused, like, where the institutional knowledge lives, because this isn't a new issue. This has been a longstanding issue around how we care for and treat young folks who have developmental disabilities.
I don't have an answer to that question. And it's not to say that nothing was being done. There were, from my understanding, a lot was handled at Central, but that's how long ago that hub was there. I don't have that answer.
Yeah, I mean, that just, I don't know. I don't know, Susan, if you have that information, but it just feels like we're constantly reinventing the wheel, and then the only folks who pay the price are really the young people. I don't know if, like, there's.
So it's what occurred after. So the demand letter was sent in 2010. The settlement was reached in 2011 and finalized like kind of 2012. The corrective action plan that was agreed to by the probation department and county executive department, that was 2014. So that's the timeline that we're looking at. These were embedded into the directives, and so the institutional knowledge, it's within the institution, because this is in the directives, it is in the attachments, and I mean, they were written by 10 lawyers and hammering out a lot of details, and so they are dense. It's no doubt about that. And they did include a lot of the information about what are the components of a discharge plan for a youth with a developmental disability, making sure that it was really timely. And Director Binion, I would say, has been really helpful in trying to figure out what are the timelines that we have the ability to move, to expedite. And the issue is that we do have other partners in this process. The regional centers, who are not necessarily parties in juvenile cases, that would have to be joined into proceedings in order to be subjected to juvenile court jurisdiction, as well as LACO and DMH. Everybody has to provide information, because this is that multidisciplinary assessment that really is a complex kind of planning, because you have to know multiple systems at once to determine what is that suitable placement consistent with WIC 636. Because yes, this is absolutely a way that was thought about at the time, that has been tried to continue to be implemented. And where we see that breakdown again is between the kind of pandemic and 2022. And so to see the actual responses of who has been responsible, what is the information that we have, the juvenile court regional center meetings that happen quarterly, that's been monitoring and reporting out of all of the information. And so those public minutes do contain some of that information. And so if you're looking for specific questions, I can, obviously I was going to regroup with Mr. Capra, who's unavailable today, otherwise he would be here as well, and we can try and provide that information. But
willing, so we can maybe email you some questions as well, because we're getting ready to wrap up this agenda.
There's a developmental disabled minors coordinator, a DDMC, correct?
At each facility.
At each facility. Okay. So then a young person could be identified at any point along the spectrum as having a disability, and then needing to be referred to the regional center if they are not already a regional center consumer?
Correct.
Okay. So there's currently not, I guess, at every facility. So there's one at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there are 7 DDMCs?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure what East Camps does. I don't know if they have one at each or if they combine.
Okay. And then I guess my last question is related to like training, right? Because you have a really large, a large proportion of young folks who either have learning disabilities, developmental disabilities, and yet we see young folks being written up all the time for outbursts, and then those write-ups are being used against them in court. So what training are staff being provided so that they understand when something is linked to a developmental disability and needs to be treated as such, versus just a regular old behavioral issue?
At this time, I'm not well versed on the actual training that is being provided. I haven't dived into that. I know that we are looking into increasing and updating what we presently have, what I presently see that's available in our ProbeNet system.
Thank you so much. And now, Wendy, do we have any, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you. So there is no action on this item, but we will take public comment on the item regarding youth with disabilities. And again, thank you very much to the presenters. If you're in the room and want to make public comment, please approach the podium or use the raise your hand function on WebEx. If you're calling in, dial *3. If you're on YouTube, you got to join on WebEx to make public comment. Good morning. 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Ruby Lazaraga.
Ruby, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you and we'll start your time again. We're going to go back to 2 minutes for the public comment on these. Go ahead, Ruby.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Ruby Lazaraga, and I'm here on behalf of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm also currently pursuing my master's in social work at Columbia University, where much of my coursework focuses on the history of social systems and disability. I want to echo a point raised earlier today by Susan about the history of the eugenics movement and the ways systems have historically used biased assessments and labels to marginalize people with disabilities. That history is important because it reminds us that the systems we build today can unintentionally reproduce these same harms if we're not careful. Many young people in the juvenile system have learning disabilities, developmental disabilities, and significant mental health needs. When assessments are delayed, inconsistent, or culturally biased, youth may be misidentified or never identified at all, and the system ends up punishing behaviors that are connected to unmet needs. Youth should receive proper accommodations, education services, and support, not punishment for behaviors connected to their disability. That is why early assessment, appropriate services, and staff training are so critical. If we do not intentionally design systems that recognize and support these needs, history has shown us what can happen when these systems fail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I would like to read a statement of what I witnessed 2 months ago in the Disabilities Housing Unit. My name is Molly Ott. I'm an inside program provider, and I am representing ARC today. This is a statement highlighting the Los Padrinos staff's inability to care for youth with any need for specialized care. This testimony is only the tip of the iceberg for the activity happening inside of the halls that no one is able to witness but probation staff themselves. This youth is in the process of an early diagnosis of schizophrenia and housed in the disabilities unit. He is someone who can be calmed down and deterred from antisocial behavior easily by listening to him, speaking in a calm voice, and showing interest in his well-being. The staff in this housing unit do not communicate with him in this way. I have witnessed this weekly over the past year of working in his housing unit. 2 months ago, several of the youth were bullying this youth. When I entered the housing unit, I could tell that he was frazzled and potentially had not taken his medicine. I am not a physician, but as teachers, we have noticed there are days when many of the youth in this housing unit show stronger symptoms of mental illness than on other days. The youth were able to get him frustrated, and instead of the staff addressing the bullying behavior from the others, they targeted him. They started escalating the situation immediately by raising their voices, standing up, and forcing him to isolate in his room, locked behind a steel door. The toilet in his room was clogged. The staff paraded him out of his room and forced him to take the plunger out from the trash can where it was located. Touching a dirty object in this youth's sensitive state scared him. He was locked back in his room and forced to unclog the toilet. He was screaming during this time and asked to please not have to do this. After the toilet was unclogged, he returned the plunger and went back to his room. He continued screaming and making unwell noises. We had a certificate to give him to support him in court that week. The staff slid it under his door, commanded him to stand up and show his face in the door window and tell us thank you. The youth looked extremely fragile, unwell. Thank you.
I noticed that you seem to be reading these notes. I'm sure the commissioners would appreciate if you would email them to the commission and we could share those with the commissioners. You can talk to Janae in the background and she can give her the information. Hi, Kevin.
Thank you. My concern about the developmental disability is that the how do you say that, the verification process, I don't know the correct terminology here, because when I was a kid and from growing up, half of my family believed that I'm disabled and the other half of my family believed that I should go to a regular school. And then a lot of my professors are at a school are constantly debating that if I have, learning disability, ADHD or whatever. And then using this morning as an example, that I drove 100 minutes to come here to speak for 1 minute. I mean, is that kind of a disability thing to do on a regular basis? So I really do not believe there's a certain standard test that you can take. You pass and then somehow you're regular, and then you fail the test, somehow you are disabled. Or maybe, I don't know if there's a special medical devices that can give each person some sort of a correct evaluation, because I just don't know. Because I look at the evaluation process the same way I look at the polygraph. The polygraph, like, hey, you fail the polygraph, you're a liar, and then you pass the polygraph, you are innocent. I disagree such machine or whatever. So the even more funny thing is that in my high school, my teacher put me as a autism companion student, so I am paired with a student with autism, and then somehow I was able to help him to manage pass the math class. So even though somehow some people verified that's a verified learning disability, developmental disability, but somehow there are people without a disability cannot pass a math test, but that person with a developmental disability can able to pass the test. So I'm really concerned about the thing.
Kevin, I always appreciate your comments, but in particular today. Thank you.
Morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, good morning. Public, thank you for coming. My name is Charles Walden. I'm here representing ARC, Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I went to prison at 20 years old. I had a clinical diagnosis that I was mentally ill. I went to prison. I was granted parole after 6 years. They told me what a great job I was doing. And because of my mental illness, I started having issues when overcrowding occurred. 1985, lock them up and throw away the key. They started pressing us together, putting us on top of each other. Nobody did anything to help. This lady just explained my whole life to me right here. Miss Chandler, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You just explained my whole life. There was no help. Say what you will, and we can say whatever we want. In the end, it boils down to resources. Are these human lives worth the money necessary to help them? I want to put, man, I needed help. I wasn't looking to be a criminal. It's in writing on my paperwork. I needed help. I did 48 years, 3 months, and 2 days. Thank you for the help, sister. I finally got it. Appreciate it. Be blessed.
Thank you very much for that. Hi, Antonia.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And I just want to uplift Mr. Charles's statements, because I've heard his story, and I think it's the reality of a lot of our youth. There's a historical legacy of ill treatment and inadequate resources for our young people in this system. As Susan mentioned, 85% spend much of their lives trying to hide the reality of EFD. Instead of recognizing and supporting their needs, we often expect them to adapt without help. We need to meet the kids where they are. The reality of incarceration places young people in environments that heighten their senses and induce constant fear, making it even harder for them to regulate, learn, and grow. As the numbers reflect this crisis, about 10% of incarcerated youth have executive functioning disorders. I think this is only going to worsen after the effects of COVID. A lot of young people are now seeing the impact of ADHD and other attention deficit disorder type related issues. I don't know the solution, and I know this isn't something you are voting on right now, but hopefully we can look for a solution that really meets kids where they are and meets their needs. It's a scary thing, and it makes for a life of difficulty if you're labeled something or told you can never meet this kind of bar. And so I hope that we can find a solution for this. And thank you so much, Susan. You really put a name to the history of this violence. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our online commenters. I think we just have one, which is Alessia Peretti. Alessia, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, good morning. My name is L.A.C. I am the System Change Youth Advocate at the Disability Community Resource Center, one of the 6 independent living centers serving Los Angeles County. I appreciate that regional centers and Disability Rights California are included in today's discussion. But I do have a question. Why are independent living centers not included? ILCs or CILs are federally mandated to provide peer-based disability advocacy and transition services, especially grounded in lived experiences with disabilities, which are critical at this stage of the youth life when they're navigating the juvenile justice system. We could be the bridge in that gap and discrepancy between the data from regional centers and the data from the probation department. Additionally, I do have another question: why there is no clear public point of contact for CBOs that want to assist the probation department in supporting youth with developmental disabilities and in general youth with disabilities? Like, we're here, we want to help, we want to collaborate with you. Thank you.
Alessia, I'm going to ask Janae to put my email in the chat for you. I would like to hear more about those.
I do have your email, Wendy. I'll get in touch with you.
I'll look forward to contacting you about that. Thank you for your public comment today. I sincerely appreciate folks who are willing to speak from their firsthand perspective. It's what is the best about the Probation Oversight Commission. I really appreciate it.
Thank you to our panelists for joining us on this agenda item. We are going to move forward with a short break. Thank you to all those that made public comment. This is a very important issue that hopefully we can carry on. We do have a very robust panel coming after the break. And I also want to thank Commissioner Prater. He has brought Central Michigan University here to join us. So welcome to the students. Welcome to Michigan. I hope you enjoy this California weather and definitely the next agenda item. Hello. And so we will take a short break and at 11:10. And come back at 11:10 for our next agenda item.
Just wanted to say one quick thing about CMU. So I got my bachelor's degree from Central Michigan University. And if you were a kid born in the 80s like me, you knew that MTV Spring Break promoted, like, if you live in a cold weather state like I did, Michigan, at Spring Break, you went to Miami to get drunk, to have fun, to party. But there's a program on college campuses across the nation called Alternative Breaks. And this is when students choose to sort of, like, instead of going to party for their spring break, they go and volunteer with a nonprofit to do service work. And so these 22 folks from CMU came to LA to volunteer at LA Room Board for the week. And so I'm glad that they're here with us today. So thank you for making the trek.
Thank you.
I just want to thank Molly, and I hope you don't leave, for your comment. And I hope, Director Binion, you took note. There should be someone in those units every single day supporting those staff, clearly, who do not know how to treat young folks, and supporting these young people. That is atrocious. We should be sick to our stomachs. Our hearts should be broken hearing that story.
Agreed.
I'm at a loss for words that we have a system that exists that allows that to happen to young people. I'm so grossed out, and you should be looking at every one of those PCMS notes for every single young person in that unit to see how those staff write about those young people and how they wrote about this incident in specifics.
could proceed so we could get the meeting started.
Wendy, Boys Republic has some pamphlets to share. Could they just put them back with Janae? Okay, so back at the table with the laptop.
Wait, I don't know.
Tell me when.
Yeah, is Tyreek here or here? I'm here to look off the doors because mine's not loading.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh,
Oh, you're in the audience.
For the audience.
Yeah, you take off your commissioner hat.
Yeah. Let's just put this down like that. Boom.
I got to make sure it's introduce you as director,
know, but I
not
need to do
commissioner.
Wendy, we have 1 minute. Yeah, I need to do the other thing first. What other thing? I have an introduction.
She's paying baby bills.
Sure.
Left any left up to her.
As soon as I'm done with it, I have turn it to me. Well, because I have three slides before, so I'll switch from this, right, to this.
Oh, no.
Does he want?
Yeah.
I think we like this. Okay, and that's for sure the final version that we updated, yeah.
We knew it would be a little tight.
If you give me a second, I can tell you. Even more, which, do you know what slides we?
Liz or Angela?
Yeah.
So do you think one of you or both could go back to the audience after your presentation? We have one more chair.
Okay.
Certain things they can't talk. Because
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then, so can you tell them that, Suzanne?
we're concerned.
I don't mind. I don't like either. So after we're done, step away?
Correct.
Yeah. Can
Just so Bobby can come first after.
So I start it and then Annalise goes from there. And then how about,
Then we're gonna facilitate.
and then we'll move. Is that good? All right.
But yeah, again, my friend, not focus on the same thing, they go. We just expect that all three look at.
We just wanted to make sure that I'm sure it's the most.
You're the pop star.
Hi.
They have us a little pushed in. I already know what's
You just answer questions.
We got to be a little closer.
I can totally just switch it.
All right, thank you so much. So for agenda item 5, we will discuss and take possible action on panel presentations about less restrictive programs, LRPs, including what LRPs offer youth who step down into the community, how LRPs operate in collaboration with probation, and the strengths and challenges of their models. We have been discussing this issue at the past few meetings, and I am genuinely looking forward to this presentation. During this time, Commissioner Prater is going to take off his commissioner hat so that he can present to us today about his organization and as a director of an LRP. Here to present on these items are Directors Susan Lyles and Felicia Davis from the Probation Department, Angeles Zaragoza, California Office of Youth and Community Restoration, which we refer to as OYCR, Elizabeth Brownstein, Deputy Public Defender, Los Angeles County Public Defender's Office, Oscar Mejia, Executive Director of the Welcome Home Oasis, WHO, Roberto Luca, co-founder, Executive Director of Restorative Academic Mentorship Program, RAMP, Darlene Take, Executive Director, RAMP's Empower Her House, Deshaun Houston, Assistant Director, Boys Republic, and Sam Prater in his capacity as Executive Director of LA Room and Board. We will begin with Liz and Angeles, providing some background about how LRPs are developed, and then each of the LRPs will take a few minutes to describe their model and strengths and challenges they see. Thank you all for being here, and let's just go ahead and get started. And I believe there is a PowerPoint for this part of the presentation, so if we could get that loaded to begin.
Hi, good morning. I'm Liz Bonstein with the Public. Is it on? In May of 2020, Governor Newsom made the historic decision to close the Division of Juvenile Justice, DJJ. And what followed was the passage of SB 823 and SB 92. Closing the state youth prisons was a transformative shift, not only realignment for youth charged with the most serious offenses, but also towards community-based, evidence-informed treatment programs. In 2020, we were in the height of COVID. Youth were often locked in their cells in isolation with little contact with their families or anyone for that matter. And we had no idea if they were going to literally survive. Coupled with that was a state report that indicated that the recidivism rate was nearly 80% for youth to be rearrested within 3 years. And it was really expensive. And keeping in mind that a lot of our kids who are still in the SYTF, whether they're in less restrictive placements or in the facilities, are the COVID kids. They're kids that have been locked up through this isolation period, through COVID, kids who spent a year, maybe 2 years, pretty much in their cells. When you talk about, a recidivism rate of 80%, you could toss the coin in the air and have better odds. So what you have to think about is at some point, somebody put a finger on that coin. For some youth who returned from DJJ, it was almost as if they had disappeared. They were disappeared. Our youth at DJJ were often far away from their families, and they no longer had connections to any community. And there was no mechanism that allowed a transition. It was as if these youth had gone away and were literally dropped back in, like Back to the Future. Like no time had transpired, except they were older, and they carried the traumas of what led them to their initial commitment, and the traumas incurred during commitment, and the trauma of returning to a place where they didn't fit in. So SB 823 did not seek to simply relocate DJJ to the counties, but rather to look at the successes and failures and evidence to create a more effective rehabilitative system for the youth with the greatest needs. Evidence has demonstrated that youth are more successful when they remain connected to their families and communities. SB 823 further created a funding source by means of the JJRBG to meet the needs of our youth, not just in a carceral environment, but rather to implement a public health approach to youth development. The new law, which is all embodied in Welfare and Institutions Code 875, embodies all those principles. Before a kid can be taken out of their home for years at a time, the court needs to make a finding that it's the least restrictive placement in order to meet that individual kid's needs, as well as to provide community safety. And the law also intentionally creates what you'll hear about as the LRPs, the less restrictive placements, as a pathway to transition home to allow youth to reenter the community with the support and the guidance and the comfort to be able to do so. So the troubles in Los Angeles created fertile ground for innovative strategies and community partnerships, shifting the roles of the defense, the prosecutors, and the courts, and forcing us to reach out to our community-based partners for alternatives to incarceration and to help our youth reimagine their future. Next slide. SB 823, just give me a sec. SB 823 made it really clear what the legislative intent was. It's the intent of the legislature and the administration for counties to use evidence-based and promising practices and programs to improve the outcomes of youth and public safety. Also to reduce the transfer of youth into the adult criminal system and ensure that dispositions are in the least restrictive appropriate environment. Reduce and then eliminate racial and ethnic disparities, and reduce the use of confinement in the juvenile justice system by utilizing community-based responses and interventions. Next slide. And in accordance with the evidence and what we've seen, secure youth treatment facilities were created by SB 92 to treat the youth with the greatest needs locally, but also to, very importantly, to make sure that youth weren't being transferred to criminal court because their needs weren't being met in the youth system. Next slide. There's a whole separate body called the JJRBG, which the state provides funding through. It's millions and millions of dollars a year, enough to, power a third world country, quite honestly. And that money is controlled and overseen by a group of members of probation, from the courts, from the DA's office, from the public defender's office, from community organizations. And together, they have this amount of money that they delegate each year to strictly to the SYTF. It's not money that's coming from taxes. It's not money that's coming from probation's general fund. It's something completely separate. And it's a large amount of money because it's the amount of money that used to be used by DJJ. And it needs to be used. Next slide. You'll see, it's a lot of like legal mumbo jumbo, and I'm just going to try to simplify it in the sense that there's a lot of new restrictions and requirements that are going to be put into place. Each year it's a little bit different, but by 2028-29, 35%, excuse me, 25% of the money that's given to the JJRBG needs to be used for less restrictive placements. The legislature decided that in order to further the intensive SB 823, youth really need to be released into the community with safeguards and transition through different stages so they can become members of our public. So the idea is not to keep them locked up for as long as possible, but to really bring them out. And that, is evidenced by the fact that 25% of that money needs to be used for LRPs. 20% of it has to be used for non-Title 15 LRPs, which means that they're not custodial environments, not run by law enforcement, not run by probation. And just to give you an idea, of the money, in lots of places, in lots of counties, they have issues where they'll say, we don't have enough money to pay for less restrictive placements. That's not our problem in Los Angeles. In 2024, the California auditor audited Los Angeles because there was so much money that was unused. And at that point in 2024, they found that Los Angeles had been given over $89 million for SYTFs, and they had only used $8 million of it at that point. That money is compounded every year since then. The money keeps growing, and the money's not being utilized in the proper way. I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Ana Zaragoza.
Next slide, please. So my name is Angeles Zaragoza, and I'm currently with the Office of Youth and Community Restoration. But before that, I was a youth defender here in LA County with the Alternate Public Defender's Office for over 10 years, and I represented the DJJ population before those state-run facilities closed, and during the realignment process that I was on the ground with Liz, and everything she described, I had a front row seat to through the young people that I was representing during that time. And now I am supporting the less restrictive programs here in LA and all throughout California. So we're going to move on and talk a little bit about how a young person ends up in the most severe disposition available within the youth justice system. And for the SYTF, the committing criteria includes the severity of the offense. Welfare and Institutions Code Section 707B outlines the types of offenses that qualify someone to be considered to receive this type of disposition. The court looks at the young person's previous involvement in the justice system, their delinquency history, whether the programming, treatment, and education offered in the secure youth treatment facility is appropriate to meet their treatment and security needs, and whether the goals of rehabilitation and community safety can be met in a less restrictive alternative that is available to the court, and any additional individual factors that may affect safety or suitability of committing the young person to the secure youth treatment facility. Next slide, please. Rule 5.806 gives us further guidance. When a court orders a young person to the secure youth treatment facility, they set a baseline term of confinement. That is the amount of years that a young person will spend within the SYTF in order to work towards those rehabilitative goals. And in this amount of time can be anywhere up to 7 years. In selecting the baseline confinement term, the court must state on the record its reasons for selecting the particular term, referencing each of the criteria and factors the court deemed relevant to determine that that time in custody is necessary to meet that youth's particular needs. Next slide, please. The 4 criteria to consider are the circumstances and gravity of the commitment offense, the young person's prior history in the youth justice system, the confinement time considered reasonable and necessary to achieve the rehabilitation of that particular young person, and the youth's developmental history. Additionally, a baseline term should be based on the needs of the individual being committed and not simply the seriousness of the offense for which they were adjudicated. Now, after that baseline term is set, a group of folks, including probation, the youth defender, the young person, their family, credible messengers that have worked with the young person, folks from Department of Mental Health, the County Office of Education, if the young person is pursuing higher education, representatives from the college they're attending. They meet as a multidisciplinary team and put together an individualized rehabilitation plan for that particular young person. And a hearing is had 30 days after the young person is ordered to the secure youth treatment facility, where that individual rehabilitation plan becomes part of the record. The court adopts that plan, and that plan is to guide the programming and services that that young person is supposed to receive while they're incarcerated. This individualized rehabilitation plan should do all of the following: identify their needs in relation to treatment, education, and development, including any special needs they may have in relation to health, mental or emotional health, disabilities, or gender-related or other special needs. Describe in detail the programming, treatment, and education to be provided to that young person to meet those needs. Reflect and be consistent with the principles of trauma-informed, evidence-based, and culturally responsible care. And the young person and their family are given an opportunity to provide input about the needs of that particular youth as this individualized rehabilitation plan is developed. Next slide, please. I think I'm 2 slides behind. 3. Sorry. I just went over that one. Let's go. There you go. Thank you. Now, 2 new things that are incredibly important to this new SYTF disposition are in place. So a young person who is ordered to the secure youth treatment facility must have a progress review hearing every 6 months. At those 6 months reviews, the court comes and looks at the progress the young person has made during that 6 months towards their individualized rehabilitation plan. And there is a recommendation that is made by the probation department before those 6-month review hearings. They submit a report and recommend how much time, if any, the young person should have taken off of their baseline term. So a young person could earn up to 6 months off every 6 months. So imagine a young person who has a 7-year baseline, which is the maximum, is going to school, programming, not having write-ups, participating, engaging in the programming. They can cut that time in half. Next slide, please. Another important piece to this new world of secure youth treatment facility dispositions are that young people can earn their way into the community, where they can continue serving their baseline term in a less restrictive program. And that is from a motion that is brought by the young person's attorney or by the probation department. So upon a motion from the probation department or the youth, the court may order a transfer to a less restrictive program, such as a halfway house, a camp or ranch, or a community residential or non-residential program. The purpose of a less restrictive program is to facilitate the safe and successful reintegration of that young person into the community. And the request can be heard at a review hearing, at a 6-month review hearing, or at any other time. And the court shall consider probation's recommendations. So this is huge for the youth justice system in California, because for the first time, we have young people who are actively working on how to get out of poverty, how to get into a career that can sustain them, that is actually something that can help them turn their lives around. And so in my position here in LA County, I am working with the about 15 less restrictive programs that we actually have in place today in the county. And there are folks doing really amazing work, and you're going to hear from them today. And I'm excited for you to hear about all of the good work. I think we come into this space and we hear all of the horrific things that are going on within the juvenile facilities and how we can do better by the young people that we serve. And it's actually happening, and it's incredibly beautiful. And I think we need to be better about uplifting the positive that's going on, because it is. Next slide, please. Throughout California, we have a whole array of less restrictive programs. In LA, we predominantly have less restrictive programs that are run by community-based organizations. Like I said, you're going to hear from several today, but we also have less restrictive programs that are in juvenile ranches or camps that are run by probation departments, where young people have the opportunity to furlough, to employment, vocational opportunities, to school. In California, we also have the option of a fire camp. It is called Pine Grove, that many counties are relying on as their main less restrictive program. For young people that are under 18, we have STRTPs. And like I said, we have community-based run homes. We have a beautiful, organically coming to surface, growing population of young people that are pursuing higher education, that are living on in homes attached to state colleges that are run by Project Rebound programs that serve formerly incarcerated students. We have young people living in dorms as a less restrictive program at UC Berkeley, at UC Davis. We, OICR, are continuing to support the growth of this. We know that the best way to combat recidivism is higher education. And so we want to continue to see the growth of these programs that are attached to higher education institutions. We have young people that are living at homes with families, with loved ones on ankle monitors as a less restrictive program. Basically, a less restrictive program is anything other than the secure youth treatment facility. So there's a lot of opportunity and opening for creativity, for defenders to really put together programs that are individually tailored for the young people that we serve. And there's a continuum. There are the dollars that you heard Ms. Bronstein speak about. There is money to continue to support young people beyond a CBO run home. Let's say they're there for a year and they're ready to get into their own apartment. We have money to put behind that. If their family wants to relocate to a safer environment and the young person wants to live with their family, we should get creative and support that as well. And so that is what I'm seeing. I'm grateful to be in this work. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to, next slide, please, the folks that are actually doing the work on the ground in these programs.
Thank you so much.
As you're getting ready, Sam, we have Sam has a PowerPoint that we'll pull up here, and we've asked the LRPs to take about 7 minutes each, so that we can get through all the presentations and then listen to what commissioners have to say on public comment.
An impossible task, but we'll try to get through it. Is the slide ready? Slideshow ready? All right. Hey, everybody. Next slide, please. I'm Sam Prater. So here's my quick agenda. I want to talk to you about LA Women Board and what we are, who we are first, and then what our Court to College Success program is. And then we'll talk a little bit about our approach. Like, we may not hit all the points in 7 minutes, but you'll get some sense of what we're attempting to do in this space. And so I like to kind of explain things in video form. So this will kind of give you the context of what LA Women Board is. So I've done better with the video. So we'll go to the next slide. Right. Maybe click it. I think it should play. Oh, if you just tap it, it should. If not, then we can move.
I think because of the WebEx platform, it may not be able to play video.
Okay, cool. Next slide. So I won't kind of get off into all. There's a lot of words on the slide, but I founded Los Angeles Women Board back in 2020, really in response to the student homelessness crisis here in Los Angeles. Right, 1 in 5 students experiencing homelessness, 2/3 experiencing hunger, and so we try to create spaces where we can kind of get folks to and through college, and that was really our genesis. And we had a house in Westwood. It was a vacant sorority house, is where we got our launch. And in addition to sort of like providing housing, we're also providing a host of comprehensive wraparound services, including tutoring, academic mentorship, financial literacy and planning, community service, job readiness and career development, mental health and wellness, and also providing 3 meals a day by our culinary team. And so that is the work that we were doing prior to entering into the youth justice space. Next slide. And so here are some of our spaces. This is our house that we operate in Boyle Heights, called the Dunamis House. Next slide. Our Excelsior House in East Hollywood. Next slide. And this is our new space that our students here are helping us renovate, the cottages in Echo Park. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. All right. And so that kind of walks you through the spaces that we operate. And so in the December of 2023, I got a phone call from Angeles Zaragoza, and she had been following the work that we were doing on Instagram and would say, hey, I love the work that you're doing with students. There are students inside who are passionate about college, who, if you could like just reserve 10 spaces for us, and we can kind of get them the support they need to kind of get to, again, and through college. And essentially doing the work that we're already doing at LA Women Board for the previous 4 years. And so I said, honest, we have a whole house that we're renovating in Westwood. And so I think we can launch the program there. And so we spent 6 months sort of like developing the program, setting up the infrastructure, our partners, et cetera, to launch our Court to College Success program. And so I'll walk you through that house in Westwood. Next slide. So next slide. All right, next slide. It'll be fast. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 And next. And next. And next. And next. All right. And so the idea is that we want to kind of create spaces that felt inspirational, aspirational. We wanted to put a lot of care and intentionality into the spaces. And so when we were kind of building out our LRP, we wanted to kind of do this collaborative court thing where we were kind of partnering with probation, we're partnering with the district attorneys, with the public defenders, with the court, our credible messengers, et cetera, because we wanted to kind of make sure that we were doing a collaborative and comprehensive approach to their healing and their rehabilitation. And so I'll walk you through how we select and intake students into our youth into our program. Next slide. And that really is just our first conversation is with the district attorney and with the public defender. And in that conversation, we kind of hear from both sides we walk through the details of a particular case. And then the district attorney at that time will get a chance to sort of like voice concerns, if any. The public defenders will sort of obviously, make their ardent advocacy on behalf of their client. And then when we have this conversation, we're able to sort of know going into our court hearing, if we get there, what the district attorney may be, what their position might be, and ways we can sort of answer and respond to those concerns when they're raised, right? And the next step in the process is having a meeting with all these stakeholders, right? We'll have a meeting with the Department of Probation, credible messengers who have been supporting our youth while they've been inside, District attorneys are typically aren't on this next call, but DMH therapists, the lawyers typically on the call, and any other relevant stakeholder. And we have a conversation about the prospective youth coming into the program, right? What are their strengths? What are the areas of opportunity for growth, right? What challenges do you think that they might have stepping down into the community? And then what programs and services can we provide in order to sort of support them through that transition? Right? And the next step of the process is the student will then fill out an application, which includes a couple of essays about their goals through college, what they're hoping to accomplish when they step down. And after that, they have an interview with our staff and a final interview with me. And then after that, a letter of acceptance is given to the attorney and to the student. And then they go into the hearing, and then the step down decision is made to kind of come to our space in Westwood. Next slide. So the things that, once a youth is kind of in the program, these are things that we kind of consider. We want there to be a continuity of care, so there's always a warm handoff conversation between our therapist and the DMH therapist inside. And for that first 90 days, the visitation that they have at our spaces really are the folks who are already on their approved visitation list when they were inside. Students opt in up to 6 months of GPS monitoring, and then community passes are earned on a phased step basis. They aren't given at once. And so you got to kind of be in our program for several months before you earn the ability to sort of like spend a whole weekend at home. Drug testing is conducted monthly or as needed or as ordered by the court, by us or by probation. And room checks and personal searches are conducted by our staff as well. And when they step down into our program, there's an 8-week bridge program. Now, our focus of our program is college, right? We're helping students who are already enrolled in college kind of get through it and do it successfully. So there's an 8-week bridge program where we're doing things like courses like College 101. We're doing developmental math and English courses, right? To make sure they're ready for the rigor of college education, because they'll be now attending college in person on their campuses, right? And so that 8-week bridge program is designed to sort of like get them ready for what they'll encounter when they get to their campuses. Next slide. Staffing structure, we'll kind of go through that. Next. And so our leadership team, which includes me and all my senior director staff, we're responsible for sort of obviously, giving direction and guidance to the overall structure of the program. Then we have our case management team who are concerned with the health and wellness of our youth. We call them students, and their ongoing development and and their pursuits through the academy. We have academic peer mentors who are also funded by the Department of Youth Development, and their ideas that we have youth who are or students who are upperclassmen, seniors.
No, this is coming.
Is it?
Got 7 minutes.
I'm at 7 already.
Please wrap it up. Thank you.
How many more minutes do I have?
That's it.
That's it?
But go ahead and wrap it up. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so let's go next slide. That's our staff in the structure of the LRP, right? And so food, therapists, case management, our facilities folks, our academic peer mentors, the director of youth justice programs, and then myself at the top. Next. So we partner, in addition to the work that we're doing internally, we partner with folks like HDA, Pathway to Kinship, Avalon Carver. Our 3 meals a day are provided by our staff. Gateways Mental Health Hospital doing our mental health and Minnesota community counseling. Tutor Me Education, we provide tutoring at like $60 an hour, free to our students. Financial literacy and planning. And then now we'll be talking about our job readiness and career development sort of like pursuits. Next. So each week, a student has to sort of like in order, they earn a stipend for living with us. Like idea when we first formed this program was that we wanted our youth to focus on pursuing or finishing college, right? And so they earn a stipend from our program for their participation in all of their rehabilitative programming. And they have to certify that each week. There's a passport they have to fill out. And our staff sign off on all the things they attend, their counseling, their therapy, their courses, their classes, everything. Next.
Okay.
Our policies are there. Next, this is the last slide right here, Dolores, I promise.
All right.
Next. And next. All right, we'll do Q&A at the end. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to do Q&A at the end of all the presentations.
Got it. Thank you.
With the next LRP, who'd like to come up? Okay. Yes. Welcome home, Oasis. Thank you so much. And you have 7 minutes. But maybe you can.
Sorry, Oscar.
Or maybe you could pull a few next.
Can you put the slides up? I'm gonna speak really, really fast, all right?
pleasure to all the team out here. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure.
Oscar, go ahead and begin and we'll get the
I believe we
presentation
have
rolling.
a
Yes, we
presentation.
do. We'll
Hi,
get it
my
up.
name is Oscar Mejia. I'm from Welcome Home Oasis. Um, I'm a system baby. I grew up in foster care, juvenile facilities, back and forth. All the facilities that they've been mentioning, I probably slept in every room in one of them. And it wasn't the best experience. But eventually, when you grow up in a system like that, you're eventually going to end up in a big house, which is prison. When I ended up in prison, I realized that all of my peers, I became a college student in prison, just like you guys. And it was the best experience. I realized that everybody in prison had one thing in common. We all came from broken families. And when I got out of prison, I realized that everybody was trying to give me a job. Everybody was trying to give me a career. Everybody was trying to give me all of this, but nobody was speaking about my family. And I thought it was a huge problem in my life. I thought it was a huge red flag for me. So I got together with an amazing team of Welcome Home Oasis right there. Shout out to you guys and everybody that's here. That we need to create an LRP that is intentional with family. We want to revisit our childhood. We want to revisit the way we grew up, the way we were treated. So Welcome Home Oasis is a very, very rigorous family-oriented program that focuses on things that help out the individual restructure and rewrite their story. I have one individual that I want to bring here, and I want to give him a hot minute so he could come here and show off. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lawrence Bowie. I'm a youth advocate, but I'm here on what? Sorry, I'm here representing Welcome Oasis and ARC. So, first off, I'd like to say thank you to probation for all the opportunities they gave me when I was inside, connecting me with all the resources so I could be successful once released. Being released to a LRP like Welcome Oasis has helped me figure out who I want to be and teach me the work ethics to get there. Life is very challenging, especially for a youth that's reintegrating back to society. But being at an LRP like Welcome Oasis has given me more resources to get through hard days and continue pushing through adversity. Welcome Oasis also offers mental health counseling, job training, financial literacy classes, and many more. My favorite memory being at the house so far will have been when the house invited my whole support team for a brunch where everyone was there to talk about my journey and my road to success. I did a long time incarceration. I did 9 years. I did 5 years in juvenile hall. I did 4 years in the county. I lost my fitness at 19, so my journey was very long. To continue to see more success in these LRPs, my best advice to anyone would be to mimic LRPs like Welcome Oasis. Thank you.
All right, we could go to the next slide. So what our program looks like, right? We're a home living environment. We literally wake up every morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, really structured. We don't play games. College students, I know you guys are worried. 4:30 a.m., we're doing a positive affirmation, either a Proverbs or something to put something positive in our mind. All our life in our childhood, we've been telling that we cannot do it, we're nothing, and we're BS, and we're changing that. We're rewriting our story every single morning, consistently. We're really big on consistency. 5 in the morning, you know where we're at? We're at the gym. You know what the gym does? Dopamines. We're getting strong. We're building energy because if you balance the body, the spirit, and the mind, and you tackle the day, how are you going to tackle it? Strong, right? If you come with any attacks, anybody that comes to you, you're going to be able to how to reflect yourself and how to calm the situation down. And for us, we're really impulsive. We always want to react, and we always want to speak with our body and be violent, but we're changing that and we're writing that. Educational and vocational support. After that, they're taking courses, Criminal Gang Members Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous. We're doing spiritual classes. We have 2 amazing spiritual parents that come Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and they eat with us. We didn't grow up with a mom and a dad eating in a dining table. So we invite them over, and guess what we're doing? Rewriting our story, right? We get to eat with 2 parents every single morning. I'm getting healed by that to this day, and I'm the director. I'm like benefiting from these fruits. Next slide, please. Huge partnerships and collaborations. We will not be here without them. Dirtbags is one of our biggest collaborators, right? Our guys are literally, after they do their 30 days, they're at Dirtbags shop. What are they doing? Mechanics, painting, welding, metal manufacturing, 3D printing. They're doing inventory work. They're doing administration work. Why? Because we need to build our resume. We're getting out of there with no resume. Nobody wants to hire us. Nobody wants to give us a trial or a position. So that's why we're really intentional about having our young men there to create that space. And then we have Dirty Pepperoni, which they could go out there and also work with the public. It's a pizza spot right in downtown Long Beach. Officers, lawyers, all kinds of people go there. And guess what they're doing? They're being socialized. They're breaking those barriers of staying cocoon and staying with that antisocial behavior. Of course, you guys know ARC, Roots Through Recovery, a mental health and addiction collaboration that we have. Any individual that needs mental health, we put them through there. Any drug addictions that we cannot mitigate, we go and take it to more professional matters. Long Beach Win, we like to use Long Beach resources and keep our community strong there. So like that, we don't have to go too away from our vicinity, and the youth could benefit from everything that Long Beach offers. Centro Child, another program, they're receiving case manager, they're receiving relationship programs, they're receiving stipends, along with the funds that they're receiving at Welcome Home Oasis. Next. Probation, shout out to probation. Without probation, we wouldn't be here by now. We are really strong with them. We have to communicate. We communicate on a daily basis. If the individual gets out and we are communicating with probation all the time because we want the best for our youth. Probation, and if we collage, look what it says. A kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. We will not stand if we will not collaborate with them. So we collaborate with them, and I love that they come and they became part of our family now. Probation comes, they sit there and talk with the youth, and we come up with a plan together. When should we let them out? When do we feel as a unit that they are prepared to get a home pass, right? Probation knows them more than we do. Probation's been working out with this youth inside. So we gotta take heed to the any sorts of recommendations that they have. And it's really big. And you know what? I grew up hating probation. They used to lock me up. And now I love them because now I realize they always wanted the best for me, but I just couldn't, I was just so traumatic. We grew up in a neighborhood where you see police, you run, let's go. No worries. Shout out.
Thank you, Oscar. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining. We're going to do our best to, we've got the PowerPoint up, and we do have a video in a different format. Also, as you're getting ready, these presentations, some of them we got recently, and they're not yet uploaded to the agenda, but they will be. So you'll get to see the video on the Prezi. It should work on the link for LA Room and Board, and then we'll upload the Welcome Home Oasis presentation. I think Ramps is already uploaded, and there's also a video that I have my fingers crossed it's going to work, but if it doesn't, we'll have it uploaded to the agenda for people to watch it. Okay.
Could we run the video first?
WebEx is notoriously difficult for this. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
It will be linked to the agenda.
All right, thank you, everyone. My name is Roberto Luca, and I am a co-founder and executive director at RAMP, a community-based organization dedicated to providing therapeutic housing, lived experience, mentorship, education, and restorative support for our youth. My perspective comes directly from my lived experience. I grew up in Pico Union. I became involved in gangs at the age of 13. At the age of 16, in 1989, I was arrested for a drive-by shooting leading to 28 years of incarceration. While inside, I transformed through education, leadership development, and becoming a certified victim advocate. Since my release in 2017, I've committed my life to reentry support, gang diversion, and breaking intergenerational cycles. I work with organizations like the Amity Foundation, ARC, Mass Liberation. I am an independent forensic gang expert, and I sit on several policy committees. Want to introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Darlene Take. I'm the executive director for RAMP's Empower House. I come also with lived experience. I've been working in reentry for over 20 years. Back when I was released at the age of 20, I went in and convicted as an adult at the age of 16. And I'm just here and I'm just grateful to be able to share with you guys what we're doing at RAMP and Empower House. We're folks that just have a passion for our youth, and because we've lived this life and we understand the trajectory of what our youth impacts can have, we just wanted to share what we do and the strengths that we found.
So RAMP was established in 2023. We answered a call. Just one residential home, 4 staff members, and 3 volunteers, dedicated, working 24 hours a day, literally 24 hours a day, at our very beginning. As a community-based organization, we guided mentors who have walked the same challenging path, and it allowed us to offer authentic support and clear structure. Today, we have grown significantly. We now operate 4 residential homes, including the Women's Empower House, and a dedicated headquarters right here in Boa Heights. And we have a team. We went from 4 to a team of 28 staff members and volunteer. Every single day, we see our youth, our people, rediscover and build a brighter future and step back into the communities with confidence. Their transformation reminds us that real change is possible when deep compassion meets unwavering commitment. You want to talk about our staff?
So our staff, as Robert has mentioned, we come with lived experience. We want to share with our youth that, and we want to reflect everything that we've done to transform our lives, that they can do it too. And for myself, we didn't have any programs when I came home. There was nothing available, but I figured out a way. And so through those gaps that I've found, and also working with other nonprofit organizations, that really helps us inform the work that we do. And all of our staff come from either lived experience through incarceration or have impact by trauma through their community. So if you go to the next slide. So at RAMP, as Robert mentioned, we have a structured program. We have 24-hour supervision. We have very clear behavioral expectations for our youth, and we collaborate with their probation conditions and the courts. We provide individual service plans for our youth, one-on-one life coaching or case management, life skills development support, academic and employment support, and restorative justice practices. We also work with our mental health counseling. And I just want to emphasize the restorative justice practice, because we know that our youth are young, right? They're going to make mistakes. I have kids the same age as the youth that we serve, and we can't forget that developmentally, they're going to make poor decisions, right? But our restorative justice practice that we implement at RAMP, we help them look at those decisions that they've made and help them course correct through conversation, through activities, things like that. We also provide a lot of pro-social activities and events. So I wish they were able to show the video because it really highlights all the family engagement that we incorporate. Just like Oscar had mentioned in his presentation, a lot of us come from the broken homes, and we want to help heal some of that through the activities, and also incorporating their families into the activities and events that we that we have at RAMP. We also provide links to community resources, and that's one of our biggest views at RAMP is that collaboration is key. We need a village.
One of the things that you could go to the next slide. One of the things that we've learned in at RAMP as a LRP is that higher levels, transition from higher levels of security to a LRP requires a ecosystem. And what I mean by that, it is our partners in community. It is clinics like Tarzana, like Phoenix House, like St. John's. It is other community providers like HDA, like ARC. So it takes a village to have and provide all the resources for our youths. Some of the strengths that we have is again, our collaborative core, our mental health. We have a on-site therapist, and we also work with USC alumni and MSWs to help support our mental health support. We have family reunification. Again, I wish we all would have had a chance to see that video. It was amazing. So yeah, those are some of the strengths that we have and some of the challenges.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. As Dolores will introduce Boys Republic to come up in a minute, but actually I just remembered that I talked to Angeles before the meeting about making a distinction that I think is helpful for Boys Republic. So these LRPs are all unique and different entities, but there is one thing that is different about Boys Republic, which Angeles mentioned in her presentation about the difference between what we call, and this is, county word soup, and STRTP, and an LRP. So that you've maybe heard about Boys Republic in the past as a placement for young people under the age of 18 in a placement in the community. Boys Republic and Deshawn are going to be talking about their program as a less restrictive program, which is not a licensed facility because all of the young people that are going there are adults. And so they're community-based organizations that are operating through partnerships and collaborations, as a few of them have mentioned, with probation and the courts, but different than the licensed STRTPs that are licensed treatment facilities in the community. So Deshawn, I didn't want you to have to take any time to discuss that difference, but Deshawn Houston is here to talk about the less restrictive program of SYTF of Boys Republic. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. He's up there. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Deshawn Houston. I work, I'm the assistant program director for the LRP Pomona House for Boys Republic. I'm a little bit nervous, so bear with me. From the inception of our program, Boys Republic has a motto as a trauma-informed care facility. The motto is nothing without labor, work for what you want. And that's something that we've lived by and has been ingrained in our program. So when the inception of the program happened and we started to collaborate with LA County Probation, thank you. And we started to collaborate with LA County Probation. We wanted to figure out exactly what we can put together and provide to create the most success in the young men that we have coming into our program that we are going to be reintroducing back into society. So with that, we sat down, we had lots and lots of conversation that lasted for months in the program building stage. And we came up with three main components that we felt our program would need in order to make our youth the most successful. The first main component that we came up with is creating a structure. Structure consisting of daily structure and weekly structure with the participant. We call them participants because they are choosing to come to our program. So when we sit down on a daily from the time that a participant comes into us, we have a conversation. The conversation actually starts in the beginning when we do the interview. While we're interviewing, we're asking questions about exactly what it is they want so we can wrap their program around their wants, their needs, and also the anything that's put forth by the courts as requirements for the crimes that have been committed. Also, second part is creating a healthy, positive peer culture. So every guy that we have coming into our facility, when they are screened, we are asking, are they looking for change? Are they trying to change? Are they looking to put forth the effort? Because those are going to be some defining factors in guys stepping out and actually making the change that is necessary for them to be successful. Participant accountability, support from LA County Probation, daily and weekly probationary meetings with DPO Matthew Allen, who, by the way, I have to say is an amazing probation officer. He's been working with us since we began the program. His input is absolutely amazing, but it's also an accountability piece. DPO Matthew Allen. It's also an accountability piece that our guys actually get to see daily, at least 3 to 4 times a week, 5 times a week. He is in the office. He's sitting down with our guys. He's having meetings. He's figuring out actually what they want, how he can contribute to them. He's not just coming in as a authority figure that's looking to point the finger and figure out a way to reoffend or take anyone back. And then we get together and we have our MDT meeting where we come together and we create an individualized treatment plan with the entire treatment team. So the treatment team is consisting of caseworkers, your supervisors, your mental health workers. I'm sorry, and mental health specialists. I'm sorry. We have an in-house clinician. The clinician sits down with our guys within the first 24 to 48 hours after coming to our facility, and they assess them. One of the most, I think, underrepresented sections in the juvenile justice system is the mental health component. Boys Republic has put the mental health component at the forefront of treatment for our participants. So therefore, our guys are initially given a mental health meeting, and then after the mental health meeting, they're making decisions whether or not diagnosis are necessary and how to move forward with that section of treatment. Second part that we came across is accountability. Our accountability at Boys Republic does not start with the participants. Our accountability at Boys Republic starts with the staff, and the staff going from the caseworkers all the way up to the directors, assistant directors, so on and so forth. The accountability that we have is to ensure that everything that we are saying to the courts and we are putting forth to the community that we're going to deliver, we do so. And we do so with very, very time-effective solutions. So part of that documentation is called time-related core services. Time-related core services explains that from point A within the first 3 hours of a participant coming to us, we know exactly what we are doing with them. And so will anybody else that walks into our facility and asks, what did you do from day one all the way up until reintroduction back into independence. Monthly progress report to probation is a mandatory. We have not been putting those forth yet, but we have those secured at our facility, and our caseworkers are required, and we are completing monthly reports. Just a complete overview of everything that we are accomplishing with our participants. Family reunification, if they have drug treatment needs that are necessary, we're putting forth those drug treatment. If they have to go outside of our facility, we're working with people in the community to get them inside, whether it be NA, whether it be AA, any of those type of meetings and others. We have churches that are around us that participate with us as well. Also, we have, as an accountability piece for staff, we have 2 different caseload meetings. I'm sorry, 2 different staff meetings a week. One is a caseload meeting and the other one is a staff meeting where we sit down and we explain every single part of anyone's program. I hear the time hitting me. So just to wrap up real quick, areas of improvement. We struggle with this, and we struggle with this not because it's something that's difficult, but because this is a building phase. This is something that is new. So our challenges that we're encountering is the lack of consistency and expectations of behavior across all of the programs. Having a foundation of exactly what is expected of our guys behavioral wise across every single LRP is going to be it's going to be essential. It has to be essential. At Boys Republic, we believe in aligning expectations with other LRPs. This way we can create more, we can create better. This can grow, we can keep moving forward. We can help the youth that are inside our programs. And I'll take it from there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deshaun. And I just want to mention that there are other LRPs, but for the sake of time and everything, we just invited the ones that are here today. And I think I gave an extra scream and shout out there, but seeing Lawrence come up and then seeing him in the picture with Supervisor Janice Hahn, and just how it's all connected and comes full circle, meeting some of these people, when they were inside. I really appreciate the young people that showed up today also and they're directly impacted. And just seeing even Robert, I remember when you and I believe that gentleman came to your first POC meeting and started talking about RAMP and seeing how far you've come. Darlene, congratulations on launching Empower Her. So, and Director Sam, God, I wanted to go live in that mansion. Okay. I mean, just thank you all so much for the extraordinary work that you are doing. And that's what it's about. And that's why we're here today. How can we better provide tools and resources to, and just to equip you to ensure the success of these young people. And so now I could go ahead and move on to the commissioners if you have any questions or comments. And if you have a question for one of the presenters, if you'd like to come up to the podium and answer, that's fine too. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Commissioner Meredith?
Hate the microphone every time. I have a few comments. With the LRPs, a lot of great programs out there, but there have been some weaknesses. And one of the things I've been looking at is I've talked to staff, I've talked to people who've been in the program, I've talked to those that have been sent back to Barry J because of some of the successes and failures that have happened. So, and I say that because just in a recent check, I discovered that one was a victim of a homicide, one was a suspect in a homicide, a couple have gone back to county jail, 2 are still AWOL, and 5 have been returned to Sylmar. So I'm looking at the programs because I've had family members who've been very successful going through some of these programs. And by the way, I'm a big favor of Pine Grove. Everybody knows that. So what I'm looking at doing is trying to find a solution to where our weaknesses and strengths are. So one of the things I was going to propose is an ad hoc committee to look at identifying that. And I actually have kind of a way to, in my mind, create an audit team to go out and make sure we can do these audit inspections to see that we're getting the best programs and addressing any failures we may have so that these youth are successful. And like I say, many of them have been very successful. I'm very proud of many of the ones I've worked with. And Boys Republic has apparently been around a long time because I played them in football when I was in high school. So,
Commissioner Meredith, would you like to make a motion to?
yeah, my motion is to create an ad hoc committee on the LRPs to look at how to create an audit and inspection program and to see what the successes and failures are and how we can prevent the failures.
Is there a second? Thank you. And third, and Commissioner Ship?
Yeah, I actually think that's a great idea, but I think we have to add to it because there is a level of nuance that is not addressed on that. Just looking at ad hoc when we talk about reentry, I think we also got to look at what type of field services they are receiving in that aspect as well. So, my friendly amendment, and if you're okay with it, would be a reentry ad hoc overall because we also got to look at what type of services have they received inside. What are they coming home? What type of services are they receiving from their probation officer, from the LRPs, from community? We should look at the whole picture and maybe just not at where they're housed because I think that doesn't tell everything.
I was good with that. That was kind of what I wanted.
Agreed, yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment that we do have challenges, right, when it comes to behavior, but I just wanted to note that a lot of times we're working with the youth and they misstep, they get late to a curfew, or there's a positive drug test. So working with probation side by side, there are times where we've been able to modify and just adjust the behavior and the guidelines for that youth where he doesn't have to return back to detention, right? And I think making progress in that restorative justice spirit is the change that's happening in these LRPs, along with our partners in probation. We're constantly in contact with probation over the weekends, late nights, till early morning sometimes. And it's for me, it's been inspiring to see the collective systems come together and actually begin to work together. We can call on a DPO, he will come, he'll sit in a circle, we'll have a restorative justice circle, and we'll address those behaviors and guidelines. Unfortunately, sometimes they're not gonna work. And sometimes the youth is remanded. Sometimes it's even our recommendation that he's remanded back to detention. But that detention is 30, 60 days, and then they return back to community after making adjustments. But that detention should not be seen as recidivism, and it should not be seen as a failure. It's an adjustment because these are young people we're dealing with. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you for adding that because that raises something Commissioner Terry and I have been talking about. We're all different, right? And just because a youth does not work at one program or one home, instead of remanding them or suggesting or recommending that they go back into a locked carceral facility with probation, could there be a recommendation? Well, you know what? They're not working at RAMP, but maybe they'll work at WHO. Or they're not working at WHO, but maybe they'll work at L.A. Room and Board, because we all have different needs. And maybe that 4 a.m. workout will kick their butt into gear. You know what I mean? And so can we start looking at solutions like that instead of the LRPs sitting there with probation and saying, let's get them back into custody and knock them into shape for 2 months. How about, what, they're not working here, but why don't we try this home for them? And we support that. And what can we do to provide you this warm handoff? I think, that it would be, I think it's a great suggestion. I don't know if anybody
By the way,
else.
that's something we're already doing as a practice as we communicate with probation judges and LRPs. So, yeah.
Commissioner Jackson?
I wasn't raising my hand, but I will offer a comment. First of all, thank you all for presenting. I'm really proud of several of the presenters that I know personally that I've done this work for or with for many years,
who have lived experience as I do. Is it possible for us to compile a list of strengths and weaknesses for all of the LRPs that are presented so we can have a clear understanding of where those issues really lie? I feel like I'm trying to understand where the consistencies are, and so to make sure that the subcommittee work is very focused on those things, because I feel like like the presentations were more numerical, and so I don't really know how to target or prioritize for the committee work. So yeah, if we could do that, I think that would be great.
It's good, yeah. I'm just thinking about this as we are the Probation Oversight Commission, right? And this feels like a bit of a slippery slope to me, because then it's, this could include diversion programs, this could include, it's a broad spectrum, right? In terms of what comes before a young person's incarceration, what comes after their incarceration. I'm not saying like, I don't know, I guess I'm just like struggling with the scope of this. And I don't even, like, what are we checking this against, right? Like, what is the standard against which we are saying, like, this is a good program, this is not a good program, or this is where we have concerns, or this is where we don't have concerns? Like, I don't know, maybe folks have that expertise, but it feels, I don't know, it feels really broad to me, and without like any guardrails or parameters or like a thing against which we are like checking this against.
And I think the concerns, I mean, definitely I want to hear from the other commissioners, but I think, for my part, for the concerns, for one, it's been raised more than once to put this on the agenda by other commissioners. It's been raised, by various community members, because how can we fully equip the youth to succeed? How can we, what is our part? What is our role to make sure that they are not getting rearrested, or that they are not getting sent back into custody? Or, I mean, and I'm just speaking for myself here. I don't know if anyone else has any other comments, but I do see this as part of probation. They are still in custody in a way, and still, things going on. I was just talking to somebody that has like a different program that came into some obstacles with a different county, and they kept saying, just because they're on this furlough for education, it doesn't just stop here because now they're out, because they became very concerned about what was happening, and they pleaded with probation for some kind of, mentorship program, funding towards this, and probation refused, and that youth just, with a month left, something happened. So I do think it's in the best interest of the youth too.
Yeah, I can add to that. I think we have an opportunity to offer some recommendations for how to strengthen maybe, practices, standardized practices. I think I heard that a little bit today, that everyone's kind of doing really good work individually. But for example, are there any kind of shared outcomes? How is the department measuring those outcomes? I'm particularly interested in knowing, as LRPs are growing and expanding and doing this work, what support does staff need? Because an organization can only do so much, but if they're going to keep growing, they need support, whether that's financial support, whether that's organizational capacity support. So I see it as similar to what we did in our CBO ad hoc, where we were able to kind of get CBOs together and offer recommendations for how to strengthen programming within the facilities. I feel like this could be something similar, because it doesn't, and correct me if I'm wrong from the department, but it doesn't sound like there's any kind of systematic data collection, any kind of shared outcomes, any kind of measurement tools to even know the success. I think there's some, but maybe not that we know of.
If I could just add two aspects that can be addressed in an ad hoc committee. One is the ad hoc committee can invite guests to participate in ad hoc meetings, which could include probation, it has on multiple occasions, and could include LRPs or OICR. That's open for the ad hoc committee to bring in guests to get that specific information. Also, Dr. Gongora has just suggested that when we do inspections of the facilities, the commission has come up with its own protocol and template that you all can control. So the ad hoc committee could come up with what the guidelines are, what the protocols are for any audit, I think was the word you used, Commissioner Meredith, or inspection of a community placement. So there could be, you all could put guidelines on yourselves or boundaries on yourselves as to what you're asking and how far you're going if you choose to do that in an ad hoc committee.
I would just say that I think we should partner as closely as possible with OICR, who's providing a lot of oversight and leadership on this, and has technical expertise, and I think could help really guide the nexus, what we need to look at, which is the nexus between the department and the success of the young people and the success of the programs.
I think our role is less oversight and more like allyship in this, and just trying to help provide frameworks to strengthen the services that they're providing to better shape the outcome. So if we can sort of reorient that a little bit, I think it changes our course a bit.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that this came as a result of talking to staff, talking to some of the youth who have been returned. And, we're talking youth that are 18 to 25 years old. And what we can do to benefit them and benefit the community. And part of that is we have an oversight role of the entire department, adult and juvenile. And so we have to make sure we're providing the best services possible. And when I look at some of these are just recent numbers, I'm thinking, what can we do to improve the system? And that's what I'm looking for. And that's why I come up with this kind of an audit idea.
Thank you. Director Arcos, do you have any thoughts on this?
Thank you, Chair Canales, and good afternoon, commissioners. First, I want to thank Chair Canales for convening this group of panels today. I thought every story was very compelling and important to be heard today. I think everyone made an important point about the importance of lived experiences and the connection with our youth, especially from the communities that they're coming from into your LRPs as well. And I want to also, I think that you're all saying the same thing about how we can look at what is the outcomes from the experience our youth are having in these LRPs. And Deshaun from Boys Republic made a point to say that they look for alignment with one another. And I know that one size doesn't always fit all, but I think to Commissioner Terry's point also, she said that there has to be some standardized practices and some outcomes that have proved best practice. And I think that would be really important to see how that continues to be shaped, and not just with these LRPs, but the others that are not here today and being represented. So again, on the behalf of Probation Department, we thank all of the executive directors that are here today. And I think also Roberto said this about the importance of ecosystems. This is an important component to that we're all stakeholders in the lives of these youth. And we really do care about the work that you're doing, the accountability and the ownership that you're asking our youth to take in changing their lives. So thank you for your presentations today.
Thank you. Yes.
So I have a question for probation. Outside of supervising youth that end up in one of these placements, is there any other role that probation plays in the process? Does it oversee any of the funding? Does it have any direct oversight of the programming? Does it have any data collection responsibility? Is there anything outside of a judge orders a kid there and they just basically supervise the kid?
Hi, everyone. Before I begin to respond to your question, I really want to acknowledge Hector Gomez. Hector, can you please stand up? So Hector Gomez, I know I'm going to put you on the spot. So Hector Gomez, when I ran Camp Kilpatrick with my 20 young men, he was one of them. This is a true success story with Hector Gomez. Hector, I'm going to have you come to this mic. He is with CSUN. He's never returned to juvenile hall. He is doing immaculately well. Jutsu winner? Jutsu, yeah. So he started with, I know his autobiography. He started with Opportunity House. He's now with ARC Ranch House. I think he's only been there maybe 3 weeks. So, but what I really want you to tell the audience, what did you learn from Campus Kilpatrick, and what made you not go back to juvenile hall? Tell us some quickly some traits, if you don't mind.
Obviously, you guys could tell I was not planning to come up here. um, but first, before anything, I just want to thank Ms. Felicia Davis for the recognition and then just the utmost support through my rehabilitation while I was being facilitated in Campus Kilpatrick. And I feel like one of the main things that I've learned and that I've kind of came to understanding with following my release and what's helped me stay out of custody and stay doing all the productive and positive things that I'm now doing was one, just the relationship that Miss Davis has fostered with me and then all the other youth that were being housed at Campus Kilpatrick. So she was the director of Campus Kilpatrick, and it was just the utmost support. Whatever an individual needed, she never hesitated to go ask. And I remember her telling me one time, I was blessed to, well, during visitation, my mom came to come see me faithfully every weekend, and that's something I'm grateful for and will forever always be. So when she made a comment to me one time, and it's like, not all the youth were able to get visits, so whether it was hardships at the parents' pace, not being able to get there, or whether it wasn't communication with the individual who was incarcerated and the parents, or whoever their guardian may be. But she made it a point for whoever individual didn't get a visit that weekend, whenever she came back to, because visiting was Sunday, and I know Sunday is her church day. So when she came back Monday, she made it a point to go and have a conversation and create dialogue and just be present with individuals who didn't get a visitation that weekend. And that's something that always stuck with me, and it kind of just made me understand more the type of individual she was. And whatever I needed, whether I didn't have a haircut, she went and got barber clippers for the whole unit, so all the units. So then we were able to get haircuts. The events we hosted for certain holidays or just, so out the kindness of her heart, she went and got food for the facility. So it's just having that relationship and then just the meaning that comes behind it and the intention and then the whole genuine aspect of it. None of it was two-faced. None of it was a mask that I seen. So it was just the constant outlook and the support that was provided, and then her just reaching out, doing what she had to do to best support the youth in the facility. So it's like following that, and then even before my release, going to LA Room and Board where Sam Prater's less restrictive program was. I resided there for 6 months, and I currently transitioned to the ARC dorm. But the first 6 months of my release had kind of gave me like a standing of where I was in my reentry and how I was supported the utmost. And Miss Davis played a part in that. She knew how I guess decent I was doing academically in school and stuff like that. So I was kind of looking at other alternatives, but in reality, what was best for me was stepping down to the less restrictive placement of the Opportunity House, where I was able to focus on school. Prior to my release, I was able to apply to a couple of different Cal States University with the help of the college facilitator, Miss Patricia Sunaga. Very grateful for her too. So I was accepted while I was still in custody to Cal State Northridge, and it was obviously in my best interest and the best alternative to transfer to a less restrictive program that was revolved around school. And I was supported with academic individuals, whether it was me needing tutor or just support, it was there. And it was just the genuine relationship that you establish with people. You kind of realize that they see things sometimes that you don't necessarily see in yourself, and that just leads into other opportunities that they present to you. And just following that, you kind of just get a better sense of what it is and a better outlook on other alternatives maybe that you were doing prior. But I'm gonna wrap it up there, and then just thank you for all. Yeah.
Whoa.
But thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Davis. It's very good to see you. This is my first time I've seen her in person since I've been out of custody. So it's very good to see you, Ms. Davis. And thank you all. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
So just to get back, thank you, Hector. Just to get back to your question. So I'm very humble overseeing SYTF field LRPs. I started humble beginnings with Campus Kilpatrick, Now I'm here. My background, I used to be a social worker before I came over to probation, so I have a lot of child welfare experience. Not only that, I ran our placement for over 12 years as a director. So I come with a different lens looking at LRPs. So I'm not a person to broadcast what I'm doing, but let me tell you what I'm doing. So we're looking at lots of CBOs to partner with our LRPs. So I'm using RAMP as a model of what a LRP should look like. So we are already in talks with some collaborative partners with LA County Arts and Culture, Hoops for Justice, and other CBOs, because my goal is to bring collaborative partners, place them in an LRP, and let's see what works, what doesn't work. And once we picture that into this model, then we're going to pick it up and take it to the next LRP. So last night I was thinking about, while I was watching my reality TV show, I wrote on this sheet of paper, just sketching, what LRPs offer our youth on an SYTF order. And I know if I and I thought about all of my LRPs, and this is what they offer. Now, we need to enhance some performances, but this is what all of them offer. Community-based individual supports designed to maximize independence. I've seen it. That's what they do with this population, all of my LRPs. They look at that young adult, and as day one, that's when that case planning begins with them. And they interact, each and every one of my LRPs, they interact with these young adults. And they talk about, what's that case plan? Are they going to have to go to independent living, transitional housing? And they loop me in. And we're in talks with a couple of them now. And I think one probably have their own apartment. Some of them don't want to go into transitional housing. Some of them want to do independent living. I want to get my own apartment. So what we're doing, what all of these LRPs are doing, they're not only maximizing that young adult independence, safety, and inclusion, but they're also giving them educational support, housing, mentoring, job training. So Oscar Mejia has a great restaurant, the pizza place, good pizza, and you know I love that pizza. And they have the dirt bag, the motorcycle. Ramp, they have a great construction.
Ma'am,
and they also have the,
if I may.
I'm almost finished.
Well, I just want the question answered.
Sure.
Are there any legal responsibilities that probation has over the LARPs? Not what we do, but is anything that they're identified by law that they do that has to be reported? Do they monitor it? Are they involved in the funding part of it? Are they involved in the tracking part of it? Are they involved in anything that legally is required by probation department? Not what they do, is what legal requirements.
So what I expect from my LRPs, I'm going to answer that.
But I want to know what the law expects from probation.
Well, we expect that each LRP.
You're not answering the question. Is there any legal thing that probation has to do to oversee LARP outside of seeing the kids and the young adults that are disciplined there? Is there any legal, is there anywhere I can say probation is responsible for this, this, and this? Or is it just the services out there and somebody else monitors it, somebody else funds it, the JJRB? Are we, it's somehow indirectly involved through the JJRB?
So probation does pay for the LRPs and for the young people to live at those LRPs. So we are responsible for those payments. There's nothing that I recall, and again, I'm not a lawyer, I haven't read every piece of the law, that specifies exactly how probation is supposed to supervise the youth once they are at the LRPs. We pretty much follow probation standards. I think specifically with this population, because they are a high-risk population, we do increase those standards and then a regular, once a month, you can tell what they've said about the probation officers. They're there every week, they're on call, they will be responsive, but there's nothing in the law that tells us that's what we're supposed to do.
How about the 89 million?
What about it?
Is probation responsible for doling that out?
There, through our fiscal department, we do have responsibility to how that money gets spent. And that 89 million is not just for LRPs, it's also for programming at the actual SYTF facility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Director Davis, you were mentioning that you
Yes.
wanted to create a ramp as the model for all LRPs. That seems rather systemic to me.
Well, you know what I was going to do? And hi, how are you?
Hi, I know. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So I'm really going to concentrate more on the Empower Her, the girls facility.
Right.
I just said ramp because ramp Empower Her is the.
Right. But I was just wondering really quick though, you mentioned you go to all the facilities, like when you went to who? Did you spend the whole day or did you just go for dinner?
It was a tour. It was actually a tour.
The whole entire day?
Yeah.
So every LRP, there's a dozen, you've been to all of them?
Yeah, I do. I went to Amity Foundation 2 weeks ago. I plan on going to this drug rehab place that we have 2 kids there called Positive Steps next week. I call my LRPs. I mean, they know I'm always available. I'll just pop up and see what they're doing. I visit RAMP. I know I have to go to Elevate House. That's a new one under Albert Brady. But me being just one person, it's hard for me to go out every day to all of my LRPs, but I'm very involved and very visible all the time for all of them. And I know exactly what they're doing. And they know that if anything happens, they can always call me and I call them.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to public comment, yeah, okay. I was going to see if the commissioners, and then we're going to move to public comment. Do any of the commissioners have any other questions? Okay, no. All right.
Okay, we will move forward to public comment. For those in the room wishing to give public comment, we'll do 2 minutes. And if you want to give public comment online, use the little raise your hand icon at the bottom of the page. Or if you're calling in, dial *3. And Janae, if you can set the timer for 2 minutes, and we welcome your participation.
My name is Albert Brady. I'm the president of the board for Avalon Carver. We have Elevate House and Oasis West House. I just wanted to make a comment about the legal ramifications. I don't know anything about the legal ramification, what probation does, but I do know they know every programming at every house, right? They're there. We actually have the turn-in sheet that shows the program weekly that our young people are going to. They understand what the finances are. They know what stipends are giving. Personally, Felicia Davis, like we talk to her on a daily, almost a weekly, sorry I said daily, but almost a weekly time. So I just want to shout out probation because even though it's not probably legally stated, they are so involved. The probation officers pop up. We can call them at 2 a.m. You can call Felicia Davis on a Saturday at 6 p.m. and have a question and they answer, they show up. So I just want to shout them out because maybe it's not legal, but they do understand every aspect of what's going on at the facilities of our LRPs. So that's all I want to say. Elevate House, yes. Avalon Carver. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to point out the first time meeting Ms. Davis and the LRPs, and they're doing an outstanding job of what I'm hearing today. But even at the best that you do, what if those same resources were used and allocated to individuals before they got in the system? I mean, it's just a thought, and we'll move from there. One of the things that probation is facing with the minors and adults in their care is that these young men and women have committed violent and serious crimes. I just heard somebody, I wasn't even here, I was just on the phone, where my most recent assault on a female officer of Kilpatrick. Los Angeles County has some of the most minors, more in California than anywhere else. And probation focuses on the trauma of the incarcerated. My thing is, what about the victims? I mean, I understand, people become traumatized, but what about those victims? What about that mother and that child that gets victimized on the streets? And I want to give every child that comes through probation all the dignity and respect, but I never hear nothing about the victim. I just don't. It's just completely missing. Recently, we had some of the young people don't respect authority. We had one superintendent who stated her title in the facility and got chased out the unit. These minors don't respect their parents, the teachers, probation officers, mental health professionals, right down the line. My hat's off to the community-based organization. What you're doing, I think it's a great deal, but I'm just saying if we could use those resources, prior to. And some of the same people who say we have no consequences, that had no consequences when they were a child, are now saying that children should not have consequences. Consequences as a child made me, you, and everybody else that I know, the people, upstanding citizens that we are. You have to, set a tone and things like that. And basically, we're turning a blind eye to children misbehaving and creating adults who harm people. I appreciate it.
Hello again. I just want to uplift some of the stuff I heard today. I know the three that stood out, those homes were beautiful. I don't know where he went, but there were some nice houses, and Boys Republic, I know we do a lot with you guys. I know I sent a few kids. You guys take kids that other places didn't take. So I give you guys props for that. And Mr. Allen, he's one of the guys that I looked up to coming up in this department. That's a wonderful guy. His heart for these kids and his job is amazing. And I'm so glad you get to work with him and that you gave him his props. I want to really point out the young man from Oasis, what he said today, how he at one time hated probation. Now he loves them. Now he's working together. That's how probation and CBO are supposed to work together like that. When probation and the CBO comes together, it works magic. Instead of, we come to a lot of these meetings and we get CBOs and some commissioners who always mention how disappointed they are. That's discouraging. I know I'm the only one that really shows up, but there's a lot of people that listen. And that's so discouraging to hear. Just to hear a young man come and say, I was in the system, probation helped me, now we're working with them. That's encouraging. So when I get a kid and I'm working on his court report, I'm gonna say, okay, I want him to go through that same experience. I'm gonna think of his organization. I'm gonna think of him. And that's how probation and community service should work together, not against each other. Thank you.
Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Carroll. I'm the director of the Department of Youth Development for LA County. I really just want to offer DYD's support in this initiative as we start to work with the LRPs. Certainly, DYD is involved in this work, either as partial supporters of certain LRPs and also as we set up safe healing centers, which are a certain type of less restrictive placement with some certain nuances that make it a little bit different. So certainly want to offer our support as we move forward in this initiative. Thank you.
Hi again, Commissioners. My name is Sia, and I'm here representing the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition. I'm also coming to you as someone who has had incarceration embedded in my family for generations, have been in a facility myself as a young person, and I've worked with young people inside facilities and recently out of facilities in Ventura County, San Diego County, and now here in LA County. I want to take this time to reiterate that programs that provide mentorship, education, housing, and intentional support are what leads youth to rebuild their lives. True change and accountability comes when we invest in the happiness and success of young people, not in their punishment. When done with culturally aware and healing-based practices, LRPs reduce recidivism and lead to an actualized plan towards rehabilitation, unlike locked rooms and cages. This is supported by both qualitative and quantitative data shared here today. The glaring truth is that housing models like LRPs ensure more access to opportunity and resources, more so than young people would be getting inside a facility. The priority should first and foremost be exploring all options outside of a facility on a young person's path and accountability. If a young person's success is not actualizing in practice in a model like this, that is not a flaw in LRPs or similar models themselves, but in how young people are transferred post-facility treatment. Insufficient and adequate coordination from the departments responsible for the young people. Additionally, we can't let the department evade their contributions to the pain of these young people endured in this conversation. Part of the harm that the LRPs attempt to address and move through with the young people is created and perpetuated by the metaphoric and literal hands of the department. Where is the accountability there? Every single young person deserves the opportunity to have a success story. Turning a blind eye to the current conditions inside facilities steals them of that. Already, young people are facing too long of sentences, especially considering the ways they are confined before adjudication. I'm out of time, but thank you. I can send the
Thanks,
rest to POC.
Hi again, my name is Ruby Lazarga. I'm here on behalf of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Less restrictive placements are an important part of the continuum of care for young people leaving detention. These programs can provide the mentorship, education, housing stability, and supportive services that help youth rebuild their lives and successfully transition back towards their communities, as we heard today. But for this model to truly work, strong collaboration with probation, especially juvenile field services, is critical. Youth need consistent relationships with the people responsible for supporting them through their transition. Through the weekly policy trainings we host at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, we regularly hear from young people who say that they don't even know who their probation officer is, or that their only interaction is a quick text check-in. That kind of engagement is not enough to support young people who are navigating major life transitions. And while it's encouraging to hear about individual success stories like Hector's today, it's also important that we look at the broader picture. As placements shift and programs move, such as changes we've seen at Kilpatrick and now affecting the girls as well, we want to make sure that the same level of support and stability exists for all young people in the system. LRPs can be a powerful bridge home, but they work best when youth have a real support system around them. Strengthening partnerships between probation and LRP providers will help ensure young people are supported, connected, and set up to thrive as they return to their communities. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Calvin Jackson. I'm here on behalf of Diamond House. What's the name of LRP program? Excuse me, it's my first time speaking in public. I'm here to enlighten y'all on what we have to offer at our facility, which is trauma-informed care, financial literacy, CGA, a few other programs we have to offer. We offer one-on-ones, counseling, transportation to and from, all the good things that help these kids learn the right proper coping skills to deal with society so they won't have to go back to criminal thinking and things of that nature. I'm kind of nervous. It's my first speech, but our objectives is firm in dealing with the youth. So thank you. All right.
It's called Diamond House, and I don't know whether you've noticed, but we've been very careful not to talk about where the LRPs are located, but they are located throughout the county. And I had an opportunity to go to Diamond House a couple months ago, and including some of the other facilities that have presented and not. So I hope the commissioners will take advantage over and above the creation of an ad hoc committee to learn more about these in the actual community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission, Probation, all the public. My name is Rudy Reyes. I'm the Restorative Justice Director at RAMP. I just wanted to point out something that I've noticed in doing this work. So I'm the guy that has to tell the young men no in our organization. And also, whenever there's a harm committed, I'm the one that comes to talk to them, to have these restorative justice circles. And we have involved probation, and that's something that they do, Mr. Mundo. They come and they sit with the youth and we talk about this issue. And it's something that I think is very important. I wanted to include the families. So I do all things court. So I show up to the courts for these young men and sometimes the young women, and I've inherited their families. And I think that's the most important and vital part of this, getting the families to buy into these programs, and also getting acknowledgement by the attorneys that sometimes they feel that they're overlooked by the attorneys. Sometimes they feel they're overlooked by the courts or the probation officers. So what we do is we bridge that gap between the attorneys and the families and the courts and all the other stakeholders in this work. And it's very important for us to understand that gangs is the biggest problem with these youth. It's not drugs, it's not mental health, it's gangs. them going back to their old neighborhoods. We work 7 days a week at ramp because when they're on their weekend passes, that's one of the biggest concerns that we have when they're on their pass is that when they're back in their old neighborhood, if they go back there, when they make it back on Sunday, we're so happy and we're just relieved that they're back. So thank you for this time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Davis. How you doing? All right. My name is Richard. I served 43 and a half years in prison. I currently work as a credible messenger in the juvenile justice system. Since I've been in there, it's been over 3 years since they started this credible messenger program. As a result of being in there and serving all that time as a youthful offender, I saw a lot of things that were not working inside the juvenile hall system. So me, in conjunction with some other people, started a LRP called Diamond House. Okay, and in that capacity, the gentleman was asking about oversight and things of that nature right there. To me, it's about, things are how they are today, but I feel that the LRP programs are very important in the sense that those of us who have the lived experience, we see the gaps that are taking place. And so being in collaboration with probation, it allows us to come together and address the gaps that are taking place. So a lot of these young men don't want to deal with victims awareness. Okay, they avoid those things because they say they don't like how it makes them feel. So in these LRPs, we're able to really get into the trauma-informed care aspect of this thing. No, I'm not a clinician, but having lived that, I understand what that's like. I understand what that is to avoid these type of things. So what we try to do is address the things that were not being addressed inside. Because let's just being very candid with you, if you do not address these young men or women's core issues, what are we really doing for them? We're really doing nothing other than warehousing them for allow them to be returned to society the same way they came in. So my point being is the LRPs actually get into the core issues, have these conversations, cry with them, hug them, talk to them, let them understand that it's okay for a man to cry and express feelings, because why were we given feelings if they are not to be utilized? So with that being said, my point is this here, no, everything is not perfect, but the collaboration is taking place, and I feel that we should be afforded the opportunity to continue to press forward in that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Probation, everybody that's here. Thank you. I am one of the founders of the Restorative Academic Mentorship Program, along with Robert Luca and Joe Aguilar. I met Joe Aguilar and Robert Luca in Central KNL when I was 16, getting tried as an adult. Robert went on to do 28 years, most of it warehoused up in Pelican Bay State Prison in the SHU program. My friend Joe Aguilar did 22 years on a life without. One of my best friends currently to date, I only did 13. A lot of that time was in the segregated housing unit in Corcoran and Pelican Bay as well. I want to say that I've also been out for 24 years, married to the same woman. I've fathered 4 children, put 2 of them through universities. I have a lot of experience in dealing with my own children. They're all different. They're all very different. I have 3 other children that my wife helped me raise. So total, I have 7 different children that range from 35 years old to 8 years old. 2 of those children that are now young men work at RAMP, one as a youth navigator and the other one as a logistics coordinator. They helped us start this program really for nothing as volunteers. And we're currently now at 28 staff. The ratio of our youth is almost a 1-to-1. And I really like what the gentleman that just came up said right now. We're with them 24 hours a day. Sometimes I'm with them from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Sometimes I pick them up. We're doing the work at the ground level every day and night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Um, so a lot of great programs, but I think one thing that we were missing is a sports program. Because when I was a kid, a lot of my teacher told me that I'm going to be a future murderer, future rapist or something. But my coach saved me. My coach saved me with badminton. So I made it, by the time I graduated from high school, I made it a top 16 in the city. So I think a lot of those people in the juvenile hall, they probably have some sort of a athletic talent, because I keep reading the news that doesn't make any sense, that probation officers getting assaulted. And then I just keep thinking about that. If you are a youth and somehow you can beat up a 30 years old super strong probation officer, that means you are the potential Mike Tyson. That means you need to fight. We need to give you a stage to fight. We need to make sure our deputy probation officers wear their gloves. Wear their gloves and then put them into the stage with the youth. And then by the time when your probation officer is knocked down on the ground, you know you have a future championship. Now, second of all is that I'm here to agree with the Commissioner Meredith about the success rates, about that. But Commissioner Meredith, I believe that success rates cannot be measured by 6-month report, 1-year report. Because in my criminal justice classes, we read the California prison inmates, they always going back to the prison within 1 year of releasing them. So, but we don't have data about 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. So I wish your data will be ongoing every year. We have an annual review. By the time 2096, by the year you retire, then we know the real success rates.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Walden, and I'm here representing ARC. I know it's hard to believe, but at one time I was young. I was in prison for quite a while. And look, you guys, in my opinion, are doing great work. Great work. To me, it's a simple question. Miss Donahue taught me in the 2nd grade. She said, boy, if you want to understand anything, reduce it to its lowest terms. You guys right here are talking about the future of our country. The youth of America. This is the future of our country. We don't need to quibble about what is and what ifs. And, if a bullfrog had wings, he wouldn't have lumps in other places. We're going to do what ifs. We don't know. All we can do is what we can to try to help our youth, because in essence, we're helping ourselves. We're helping our country. We want to make America great, and we have the potential. Our youngsters, man, it's our future. Reduce it to its lowest terms. What is it worth to you? Be blessed.
Thank you, Mr. Charles.
I wasn't done. I needed to come back. I'm going to politely excuse myself, but I want to say some words. One of the commissioners raised an important red flag or a question about victims. First and foremost, everybody that you've seen standing here that got out of prison, they went through a board, and we live in amends. If any of you guys know what that means, every day we represent our victims by changing our lives, never ever committing a crime, never ever going back to our lifestyle, and never ever harming our community. So that's what we were giving our youth. They struggle with trying to understand that. They struggle with trying to understand how to live amends, right? So each program here, I hope you guys follow their pages, go on their Instagram. You'll see them. You see all the youth going feeding the communities, volunteering in shelters, volunteering in all of these places. They don't know how to express it, but what we're doing is we're putting them in experiences so they could feel, so they could understand, and never ever have to hurt anybody again. That's the whole reason why we do it, because we want to live in safety communities. I hope that they're your neighbors one day, and you walk out and they say, hey, I was in an LRP one day. You're going to probably freak out, right? But it's all good, because he's going to be a changed man. He's going to walk around with a tie like you've seen him up there, and you're going to love upon him. because he changed his life and he's trying to do his best. Thank you guys. God bless you guys. I'm actually gonna go to court right now that there's a youth that needs us.
Thanks, Oscar.
Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Darlene. I wasn't gonna come up, but I decided to because like I don't like speaking in public, honestly. But I just wanted to share something because I heard a lot of people talk about the success of our youth. And honestly, like I have 3 children. I can't even like guarantee their success. I'm gonna guide them as much as possible, but I can't guarantee it. And here in our LRP programs, what we do at RAMP, like that's all we could do is help them move the needle as much as possible. Provide them the wisdom that we've been able to gain through our own success. Like I said earlier, I came home when I was 20. I went in at 16. There was no programs 25 years ago when I came home, but I figured it out with the people who invested in me little by little. It could have came from a chaplain. It could have came from a probation officer. It could have came from whoever, my mom, my siblings, but like these incremental seeds that we put in our youth, that we instill in our youth, like that's what comes out. We become the executive directors of LRPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we thank you for everybody who came today and for giving public comment. I think we have no online public comment on this issue. Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank everybody that showed up today with this issue with the LRPs. And I know some of the presentations, spoke about accountability. And I think we brought this more together to point out that what you are doing and any way that we can also be a resource. And Darlene, thank you for pointing that out, because sometimes I say that about my 2 grandsons, right? I said, I can't even keep them to listen, for each other. So pointing out human life. And another thing I want to say real quick, because there was some comments as to how, carceral systems provide opportunity to change. And I get that, but then, and this is where everybody's going to probably get mad at me, I also want to highlight that oftentimes carceral systems begin the opportunity, not opportunity, begin the whole process of, criminalized thinking, criminalized behavior. It does often start in the system. And so just trying to balance all that out and lift up, everything that you're doing and how we could support. And so now before we'd like to move on to Commissioner Meredith's motion and take a vote on it.
Okay, so the motion was made by Commissioner Meredith and seconded by Commissioner Terry, which was to create an ad hoc committee on least restrictive programs. And then they accepted a friendly amendment from Commissioner Ship to, I'm mispronouncing everybody's name today, okay, to add on to that the field services and services inside probation detention facilities for SYTF youth. So please vote yes, no, or abstain.
So is discussion done?
That's up to you.
Well,
yes.
I guess my direct question was misunderstood by all. I don't have an interest, I don't have an understanding of whether or not the LRPs are working. I know that I visited 1 or 2, and all I saw was good. What I'm trying to bring us back to is whether or not we are positioned and responsible for determining if they're working or not. POC is oversight for probation. If probation had a legal responsibility, then I believe we review that. These great individuals that work out there, they have a lot of people, they have a lot of eyes on them. They have a judge, they have a public defender, they have a district attorney, and they have the probation office. If they weren't working, they wouldn't be here and telling us their success stories. I'm just trying to draw us back to our responsibility.
Oversight for the entire department.
We have the department, but the department does not run the LRPs.
They're paying them.
Well, and that's exactly what I was trying to get at. If they have that role, then our responsibility is to make sure that they're doing their work and how they're doing their work. Okay. But we then should be specific on what we're looking for.
That's kind of what they had.
Can you talk into the mic, Commissioner Meredith?
There would also need to be, to see now that the chair, the executive body would go back and see if there is 4 commissioners interested in creating the ad hoc, right? Working with Commissioner Meredith and creating this ad hoc. So
So to understand this, then we are going to be looking, the ad hoc committee would be looking at whether or not probation is overseeing the funding correctly. Because that's what they do, right?
Successes and failures of programs they're funding.
So,
And the successes and failures of the programs they're funding.
and that's why I wanted that question answered. If that's what the responsibility is, then I would imagine that that would be encompassed there, but we didn't really get that answer. So, but if we're going to assume that it's part of the responsibility, then I understand the motion.
Could we get further legal research? Could we get a memo sort of addressing this? I mean, before we take a vote, could we get, could we? No, I mean, I think we can.
I asked for a written answer to a question that was to County Council about whether the POC has the authority to conduct inspections of LRPs.
No.
And well, I'm trying to answer Commissioner Harris's question because I did get an answer to that, which is it's a little more complicated than this because they are lawyers, but it's yes. But I don't think that's the question that either of you are asking. So that is the extent of the legal answer I've already received. I'm not sure if that's the same thing you're asking for, Commissioner Harris.
I'm just trying to support what a commissioner is asking. It's not, there's controversy going on. Do you want to stay, Commissioner Prater? And
Thank you. Please don't put any focus on me right now.
okay. Just trying to clarify what Commissioner Mundo is saying. That's all.
Certainly, if you want to ask for a legal opinion about a question, that's within your purview, and County Council will reply if they can. I mean, I can't speak for them, but I think that's, yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Could part of the ad hoc then be to kind of get clarity on some of the pieces we aren't clear about? Because I feel like ad hocs have done that before, like the CBO ad hoc, we needed clarity around contracting and how that works. I think the education ad hoc maybe did something similar in terms of getting clarity and looking at other models. So could that be a part of it so that that's even the initial first step to then kind of go from there? Maybe that could address, because we do have some gaps. I mean, I learned a lot today that I didn't know. So offering that.
Commissioner Flip?
Yeah, I'll make it real quick. I mean, at least for me, as if we're looking at, we've looked at contracts of probation, we've looked at juvenile field services. Part of being a juvenile field services officer is also being okay with where they live, inspecting where they live. At least from my experience, I've seen probation officers come to my house, inspect it, and make sure that that is a safe place for somebody to live. So I would think that would be a part of our purview as well. But if you all believe it's not, I wouldn't see why not. Because if we are inspecting contracts for outside contractors and the field services piece, I think that all makes up just one piece of the department.
If I could just respond, I think so there's the issue of like what probation is doing, right? The contracts that they are entering into, whether there are deliverables, whether there are metrics, whether there are not, whether field services folks are supervising these young folks and in what capacity. But that is not what I heard. What I heard was a specific focus on LRPs and their successes and potential failures or shortcomings. And that is the part where I'm really struggling as the Probation Oversight Commission. And so as it relates to programming, we weren't looking at the quality of programming. We were not, I don't think we're in a position, we are not experts in that, That is not our job. Whether young people have access to programming, which is a legal mandate, is really different. And what barriers exist as it relates to that legal mandate. So I guess
We
that's
say
what
we're looking at their failures or how
I
to better
heard
provide.
successes and something related to LRPs specifically.
But I think that's what my friendly amendment was addressing, that we are not experts. And so now the ad hoc looks at the whole picture, right, of when a young person comes home, because we talked about juvenile field, at least I added an amendment to talk about juvenile field services and reentry in that process. I think, yes, it matters where they live, but the whole picture matters as well.
Okay, I'm going to give you an example. We have a young guy. We have a young man who got released on a weekend pass. He went home and got killed, a victim of a homicide. Have we, probation and the LRPs, done everything possible in wraparound services or whatever to ensure that we did everything to prevent that from happening? That's kind of where I'm going with this, is we've had people that have escaped, people that have committed crime. Have we failed as an organization, either with us or our contract LRPs?
We did hear from all the LRPs how they provide 24-hour-a-day care and mentorship, but on the same hand, addressing issues so that we don't have this, and knowing that as the Probation Oversight Commission, that we did our part in whatever is recommended with the ad hoc. Yes. Oh. Yeah. Yes. Yes, public comment is closed.
I think you have information and insights that we don't have.
I know, but county council. Right, right. And so that there is no issue because county council did already communicate something. I think if we could move forward with the vote for the ad hoc committee, I think that would be a good start. And then maybe in the creation of the ad hoc committee, we can work through some of the other situations, and then can Sam be involved? Oh, and then we'll ask county council to get recommendations like that. So can we move forward with the vote? I'm ready to vote. Okay, yes, so with that, we would like to have a vote for the ad hoc committee. What is it called?
Right, so this is the Commissioner Meredith's motion, seconded by Commissioner Terry, to create an ad hoc committee on LRPs, accepting a friendly amendment from Commissioner Shipp that would include also reviewing the field services and services inside detention facilities available for SYTF youth. Okay. Okay, so please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson? Yes. Commissioner Kokani?
No.
Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Mundo?
No.
So Commissioner Prater is abstaining from participation in this action. Commissioner Shipp? Commissioner Terry? And Chair Canales.
Yes.
So with one abstention and 2 no votes, the motion passes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 2 with 1 abstention.
Okay. Okay, and with that, we will be, thank you to all our panelists. Oh, Commissioner Prater, you're welcome to come up and rejoin. Okay, so now, agenda item number 6 is for matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or to place on a future meeting agenda for action. Commissioners, do you have any announcements or items you would like placed on a future agenda? All right, hearing none. Agenda item number 7, opportunity for the public to address the Probation Oversight Commission. Did Kevin leave?
Kevin's still here.
Oh, okay. Yes.
If you'd like to make general public comment, please use the raise your hand function on your phone or dial *3. And if you're in the room, you're welcome to come up to the podium. I think it's just you, Kevin, who's going to close us out with general public comment.
Yeah, thank you. So talking about the county council, I want to quote the Sheriff Department Civilian Oversight Commission president. I believe his name is Bonner. And then he said in one of the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission said, county council sometimes doesn't do anything. I'm here, I heard whatever the Commissioner Mondo said about the legal responsibility and the legal requirement. And I think that is a really, really good question, because anytime when a commissioner asks a question and then the probation department representative giving you a silent treatment are not able to give you a direct answer, then you know you hit the jackpot. And then today, Commissioner Mondo did it. And then the question I was thinking, I don't know if I understand his question correctly, but I was thinking about the legal responsibility is that after you release them to those programs, and then let's just say he committed a crime again, he killed someone again. Well, does that mean those organizations gonna sue the county? Or maybe if their staff member are getting assaulted, getting killed, or getting raped, or whatever, does that mean there's another $4 billion lawsuit against the county? And does that mean gonna put extra burden to the taxpayers? So I really believe that is a really good question. And then vice versa, what happens if we release them to those programs and then those some sort of former gangsters have a problem with him, and then you failed to provide enough protection, and then he didn't do any harm, but his former gangster friends come here, boom, killed him, and then his family gonna come here to the county, whoa, that's another $4 billion lawsuit. So I do believe certain questions has to be answered. I do really want to see about those legal requirements, but other than that, we're just gonna have $4 billion lawsuit every year.
We don't have any online general public comment.
Okay, so thank you for that. And now the adjournment of the meeting for March 12th, 2026. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County POC. To receive reminders about our upcoming meetings, visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email list. It is now 1:22 p.m. Can I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kakani and seconded by Commissioner Harris. Please unmute yourselves, and with a vote voice, with the vote voice?
Hey.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion carries unanimously. Today's meeting is now adjourned.